Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? I hope you are all well. Why is my music... Is the music really quiet for you guys? Like, quieter than normal? I know it's never ridiculously loud, but... It's incredibly quiet for me. Hold on. Didn't seem to be... Also, good morning, everybody. How we doing? Banana, quiet. I hope you guys are well. Yeah, I don't know why the music sounds so low for me. Maybe it's because I've got the fan on as well, actually. That's probably more... That's more than likely what it is. That would make sense. Chloe, how are you doing? Are you guys getting bored of all the building yet? I'm not. I'm enjoying this. Although I have been kind of... I'm a little concerned. Like, I don't know what to do with the front of these buildings here. Like, just a flat wall like that is gonna look... I don't know. I'd like to get the... I've also just realized I'm gonna have to have this over here, aren't I? We're gonna have to have a little bit here, so we've actually got space for the window on the front. Ooh, I didn't think about that. Not that it makes a difference, but... Let's have a day off finally with nothing significant planned. Nice. So what are you intending to do with your day off, Quiet? But yes, we are going to be back on doing a whole bunch of building today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, let's just make sure we've got everything aligned on both sides here. I'll come out to there. Which means that that has gone further than it needs to. I also realized something else yesterday. When I exchanged all of the glass that was in the walls, I wasn't using any kind of silk touch. Also, my game sounds feel really low as well. Why do all the sounds feel really low to me at the minute? Everything seems lower than normal. Maybe I'm going deaf. It's the old age finally catching up with me, and I'm actually just going deaf now. It could be the fan, but it's... I could have sworn I had the fan on yesterday. I could swear I could have heard it yesterday. And I can't today, so I don't know. It's gonna bug me, though. No, well, the speakers are up much louder than they normally are at the minute, Banana. I don't use a headset, Chloe. I can't use headsets. There's a kind of a sensory thing with it. Like, I can't use a headset. Right. I've just realized those are... I put those in yesterday, and they are all at completely the wrong place. Or are they? Ooh, I actually don't hate that. Those are like a far kind of deeper in here than they are over the other sides. And I actually really don't hate that. I like this bit. I want to keep this kind of thing here with the light behind it. But I kind of want to do it further back because I think that's going to be that's going to be a lot nicer. Nope, nothing's changed volume-wise on my computer. Nothing, unless it's been changed without my knowledge, nothing's been changed volume-wise. Let me turn the fan off for a minute. Yeah, honestly, it's just the fan is a lot louder than I remember it being. Oh well, never mind. I'll just have to deal with not hearing stuff. That's fine. I can live with that. Alright, at least I know what it is now. Right, so now the fun part here is we've got to figure out what the fuck I'm doing with the front of this building. No, I don't think my hearing is getting better. I just haven't used the fan in a very long time, so I didn't remember how loud it actually was. I'm getting older, Quiet. My hearing is definitely not getting better. I can guarantee that. Right. I'm so stuck as to what I'm gonna do with this. Like, I don't want this just to be flat, but the problem is if we angle it in any way, I then can't do any kind of shaping on this window. No, I've tried to avoid using it just because it's an incredibly old. This fan is probably almost as old as I am, Quiet, at this point. So it's not a great fan. It's loud and it just doesn't work very well. By the way, I've been playing around with what I can do with these bits, and I kind of came up with a bit of an idea. Although still not overly happy with it. It's the same thing, just it's everything slightly lower. So it's just kind of inset slightly and just gives kind of like a little bit of a glow out of there. But I'm still not happy with it. Let's check their ear trumpet. Thank you, Banana. Bloody gonna need it soon, I tell you. Okay. This is honestly the bit I've been dreading. I don't like large flat walls, and this is bad enough. Although this we can break up a little bit. I already have plans on how we can break this up a little bit. But having this flat wall here and then another one further up, just I'm not a fan of it. But given how tall it is, it's going to be difficult to angle it in any kind of reasonable way. And also add some kind of like shaping to the window later. And that's the real problem. It's like we can angle the window up kind of like an inwards like this, so we can have the window like that. But then if we do it that way, we then can't kind of shape the window, if you get what I mean. If we were to kind of angle this in... Actually, what would this look like with the glass on it? That's not right. What would this look like with the glass on it, I wonder? Because we could angle it in like that, but then say we wanted to... Because one of the things I like to do with the kind of windows, especially the straight ones, is you can add... And why I've got this whole kind of board around here is you can essentially kind of add like shaping into it to make the windows so they're not just straight. Obviously, it would do a little bit more than just the blocks there, but when it's at an angle, it becomes very difficult to do that. And that's kind of where I'm running into problems at the moment. But that is going to work nicely as an angled window. Like, that will work if we chose to do that. How else can I add some interest to the front of this? I wish we could have, like, slightly shallower angles than this. Than these ones. I think this is going to end up taking the majority of today, honestly, figuring this out. Like, we don't even need to angle in these outer areas. We just need something in here. But how would this work with, say, like straight section, like a not entirely straight one? Because I'd like this to not angle in quite so far. So could we do that something like this? Because this would still allow us to do a little bit of kind of shaping on this as well. With the straighter sections, but I don't know how it would do this bit, actually. It wouldn't be that, would it? It would be... Because I want this whole front bit to be glass. Hey, Nova, how you doing? I want this whole front bit to be glass, and it's really difficult to see. Let me turn the shaders off for a second. Oh, that doesn't actually help with trying to see this. No. I don't think that's going to work. Oh, I've been dreading this bit. Well, I put it off till, like, quite late into this. I think I'm just going to have to deal with them being flat. Unless I can, like, while I'm building this up, unless I can find a way that I'm happy with. And that's the real difficulty, is finding a way that I'm happy with. Plenty of ways it could work, just very few that I'm gonna like. Anyway, right, let's figure out... Need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And yeah, I'm doing all right, Nova. I'm just my main problem today is that as I have been the last week, I'm melting. It's a little bit on the warm side. Melting and going deaf, I think, as well. Neither of them overly fun ways to be. I hate flat walls. Good afternoon, Sarge. How are you doing? I'm going to apologize now for how long figuring this out is going to take. Because my other thing is, like, I don't want to angle it in too far that way, because then it's going to start looking, like, really kind of stumpy in here. And weird. Yeah, summer is definitely here. You are not wrong. I'll tell you what, let's make some things a little easier here. Do I have some bit on me? I do. Well, we know... Well, that explains that. I wonder why I ran out so quickly there. That explains it. This slot was not meant to be... See, this is another reason I don't like using wands. Because I end up doing shit like this, and like I could go through and... I can't even do that anymore, can I? I can probably get a few of these gone. but not all of it. So you've had your fair share of those yourself. Yeah, this is the reason I don't like using builders ones. It's just because I end up doing shed like this. Because I'm not careful with it at all. Oh my god, look, this is just ridiculous. This explains why I ran out so quickly, though. And what's worse is we don't have vein miner in this either, so I can't just, like, kind of disconnect all the bits I don't want and then vein mine it. Our referral stream title, we need more building. There is definitely going to be more building. I'm not bored of building yet, so. Although I am getting a little frustrated with this bit. And how and not knowing how I really want to approach it. I thought I set that to... Oh, I set it to 3x5. No wonder I was breaking more than I thought I was supposed to be breaking. Right, is everything gone now? Can I try that again? I'm definitely only putting things in the where I want them at the minute then. That's good. I don't know how far down this is actually going to need to go either, but... Oh, by the way, I've kind of came to the conclusion that we're going to, as far as the building is concerned at this point, in this little kind of stretch of building, I'm going to keep building, and we're just going to be doing building streams until we've got the structure around the edges, like the actual external structure done. And we'll worry about the internal stuff later, because once we've got that bit done, we kind of want to focus a little bit more on building again for a little while. I don't know how I want to do this. I really don't. Because that, like, just having like, I like the idea of having just like a big pane of glass here. It's going to need to be broken up slightly, like, somehow. Like, even just something as simple as, like, adding in... Oh, fuck. Again. Even just adding in something as simple as... Hold on. Like, just angling the corners a little bit. We'll just add a little bit more interest to it. But if we angle this, we can't really do this. At least not in any reasonable way. Because there just isn't the block selection for it. And once again, this is going to be open. This is going to be kind of like a balcony down here. I think we might end up having a walkway across the edge of here. And potentially along the center as well. Just for purposes of getting around. Trying to think how we can make this more interesting. The only thing I can think is to have these just have a slight inset here. So have this external wall, rather than being at the same height as the same place as this, have it like further back. And that just creates a little bit of depth on the front of it. But then if we do that, we lose what little space, some of the small amount of space that we've got up here for actually functionally doing anything. But I don't think that's honestly going to matter too much. And it does give me some ideas for some interesting, or potentially interesting ways of doing certain things. So we shall see. I think that might be all it takes to do this, though. Wait, why does that feel... Oh, because I've done it on the wrong freaking one, that's why. It's on the inner one, that should be on the outer one. How was the rest of your stream yesterday anyway, Sarge? What was it you were actually building there? I couldn't kind of quite work it out. I was kind of in the middle of melting at the end of the stream yesterday, so... Yeah, I think that's all it's gonna take to make this a little bit more interesting. And then we've also got a little bit more space at the front for kind of like a grassy area. As we do want to bring a little bit more nature into here. Although, how exactly do we want to do that? I actually kind of like the idea of having it almost like you've got like a little seating area out here. And what I would like to do though is have like a little walkway that comes out of here and then across the front of here. So like this part of the building is still going to be coming up like that. And then we'll come out of here, and then there'll be a little walkway that goes across here and across the front of here, so you can kind of look out the window from a little kind of balcony area over here. Hold on a second. I'm hearing weird things. And I think it's my fan. I think my fan sounds like a fucking siren, like almost like a siren's going off in the distance. That's really weird. Okay, so I think that's going to be... Actually, let's just do that. Hear far too many sirens every day. You need to live somewhere much quieter. Usually where I am is usually very, very quiet. Like, well, I say it's quiet. We actually have a motorway not too far from us. So it's not that quiet. But it's quieter than a lot of places. Yeah, I like that. I think that's going to work. I would have liked some kind of angling to be going on over here. But I think I can figure that out in another way. In some other way. But yeah, I think I like that. And then we would have to angle this top bit in. Probably keeping this kind of ribbed theme, for want of a better way of putting it. Alright, let me grab those and those. You can angle that in And this would have to be moved back. There's actually, figuring this bit out hasn't actually taken quite as long as I thought it would. I mean, I still don't know 100% for certain that this is going to actually work, but... and look good, but we'll find out soon enough. Oh, by the way, Quiet, if you're still here, did you get round to installing 7 Days to Die again? I'm playing 7 Days to Die. I'm kind of curious what the update's like. Alright. Did you play a bit yesterday and not sink your teeth into the update? You know, happy camper yesterday, so you ended up rage quitting. Oh god, what happened? What made you rage quit? I almost rage quit Vintage Story yesterday. I was getting very frustrated. I didn't rage quit. Well, I kind of rage quit. But I started a new world. Another new world. Oh, actually, I started about 6 new. Why do I always forget that's a thing? I started about 6 new worlds, to be entirely honest. Until I found one that I was vaguely happy with. I also realized that the reason I rage quit wasn't because of the game, it was because I was approaching the game in the wrong way. I was kind of approaching it like Minecraft and trying to progress as quickly as possible, and you can't do that in Vintage Story. I died, but depression was throwing up. Then you settled to try and relax. Ordered sushi, ordered wine. Couldn't get the wine after realizing that your driving license was expired. Oh no! Yeah, that's annoying, especially when it's a day like that when you like absolutely do need it. Oh wait, that's not what I want. That's too high. All right, so do I still have? Oh, I got a tiny bit of netherrack in there. Why did I get mad at Vintage Story? I got annoyed trying to find tin. And the fact that I just could not find tin at all. And I knew tin was supposed to be like very rare. It's supposed to be like one of those big milestones as far as progression is concerned. And basically what happened was I was trying to... I was trying to progress faster than I needed to. I've only just got copper tools. And rather than kind of doing what I would normally do in most games and establish myself in that age and get like the proper infrastructure in that age, I wanted to progress to bronze tools. Because I'd never got there before. I've never played Vintage Story long enough to get past copper tools. And I really wanted to, so I was trying to, but I didn't have a decent infrastructure set up. I had no food. I had no, I barely got a farm set up. I had very little in the way of tools, or I didn't even, I was still living in a dirt hut. And I was trying to progress into the tin age. Into the bronze age, rather. And it went about as well as you would probably expect. I'm still not happy with this bit. I think this bit needs something more doing to it. Yeah, I see where Banana's coming from. I was stuck. No, I was stuck. Not even in the Greg Take mindset. In the just the Minecraft mindset. I was stuck in. I think I want these angled. I think I want to angle this bit in as well, like on the corners. Yeah, I was thinking yesterday this just how much I think Banana would absolutely hate Vintage Story. Because in his terminology there's a lot of faff involved in Vintage Story. I feel like Banana would absolutely hate it. I don't want that all the way back, or you get a passport, or you could snag your wine and transfer to the UK and shout at people on your behalf. I know how much Quiet would like to shout at people in the UK. Probably mostly me, honestly. I feel like that would be the purpose to Quiet's visit, would just be to shout at me. Or actually, probably more likely the people not giving me my ADHD diagnosis. Yeah, I really enjoy, like, I actually really enjoy the challenge of it. But I'm getting frustrated that, like, I'm trying my best to kind of progress further than I've progressed before, and I'm struggling. But yeah, there is a lot of faff involved in Vintage Story. It all makes sense. It all has a purpose. It's not just like kind of faff for the sake of faff. But there's a lot of it. The only difficulty now is what are we going to do with the corners? I guess all we can really do is basically that. And then figure something for that. Actually, that we can put, there are corner bits we can use for this, aren't there? I don't know if I've got any of them at the moment. Like those, but they're like the full block variant. Which I don't... Oh, wait, hang on, no. Is that it? Is that what I was looking for? Yeah. There's something like that. And then I kind of like the idea of possibly using... We got any frame slopes? We got plenty of frame slopes. I've just realized I don't have shaders on at the moment, do I? I think I was trying to see, there was something I was trying to look at and be able to see a little easier earlier. But yeah, that, and then we can have... I put the corners away, didn't I? Where'd they go? There. And obviously I'd have to do something with that as well. I'm trying to keep the same kind of theme going throughout the whole thing. There we go. Something about nasty mobs appearing through portals, and you was very much nope. Yes, you can turn those off though. There is there's a lot of world customization options. Sounds kind of like the game you play for the first few hours, then burn out. Honestly, I kind of that's exactly what I did when I first started playing, and every time I've played Vintage Story so far. Like I've loved the idea of it, but I've struggled with the slow progression of it. But I want to get to a point because I really like the idea of the way they've got the building now. So essentially they've essentially got like chisel and bits in Vintage Story, but it just seems more interesting than actual chisel and bits to me. So that's kind of what I've been wanting to kind of work towards doing. I think we just want this around here, right? So I've been trying to. I want to get myself to a point where I'm able to kind of do all the things that I want to do. What do we think about this? Does this kind of work? I'm still in two minds about it personally, but like, does it work? Do you reckon? But yeah, as far as the world corruption thing, it's you have rifts that will open and spawn mobs, but you can turn that off, and you can essentially turn it into a peaceful building simulator if you wanted to. Which I almost did, but I kind of wanted to do have a little bit of a challenge with it as well. But there's a lot of options with Vintage Story. Good afternoon, Sir Medis. How you doing? Right, that's a little bit more interesting than just a flat front to it, isn't it? Yes, it is not a quick game to play. You have to be able to invest time into it. What can happen? It got worse. Oh, that sucks, man. Like, is it because of is it like hot where you are, to Medis? So I know with the heat, I generally tend to get headaches quite easily. It's one of the reasons I'm very glad that I've been doing shorter streams. Ah, so it's kind of a temperature weather change kind of thing. I got you. Yeah, that sucks. Right, I think we want to have something like that across there. Actually, I think we want to have... I think we do want a little bit of a border around the whole thing here. Pressure changes, yeah. I've kind of often wondered whether that's the reason I get some of the headaches I get. But then again, I also know that I don't eat or drink enough during the day. It could be anything for me, honestly. Alright, let's get rid of these for a minute. Bug, thank you for the hydrate, man. I appreciate it. See, this is that's one of the reasons I love having the hydrate command. Because I do forget to drink. I get caught up in what I'm doing, and it's just like an afterthought. I don't know if I like this neon going all the way. Actually, you know what? We need to turn this on again, don't we? But rest well, Bug. I hope you get a good night's sleep. I must feel like we don't want that over the whole thing. No, but thank you for the posture check. Probably drinking more than the eating. More than likely, yeah. The only problem is that there's not a lot I can do about it. Like, I've tried my best. Like, I try to remember to drink and eat, and I can't. I never remember. Like, it's not that I purposefully choose not to. It just doesn't even enter my mind until it becomes a problem. Just because I'm usually so focused on whatever else it is I'm doing. I'm going to lose even more space here, aren't I? Because this is going to have to be kind of like that. I think so, Quiet. I don't think it's just limited to ADHD, though. I mean, I would guess it's also a very much an autism thing as well. I think I want a lot of this whole area up here to be glass. Speaking of headaches, how much? Oh no, we're still getting it here as well. I've got it set to noon, right? Oh, even with the time set to noon, we're still getting the weird things there. There's probably a way to fix that, but it's irritating. We're not going to see much of that. Autism, gotta love it. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't know too much about autism. I don't know if I am on the autistic spectrum or not. I would be surprised if I wasn't. I still can't get either way, though, I can't get a fucking diagnosis anyway, so who bloody knows? That's why you have a hydrate command as well. If you're working, you could drink, forget to drink for hours. Yeah. I am exactly the same. Why hydrate commands are incredibly useful. It's not good. Well, the hydrate commands are good. The fact that we forget to drink is not. Alright, so I think we want that. I think this bit here, we're just going to have glass for the whole thing. I will put something in there, but I don't know what yet. And I think this is going to be just glass. That is a magnet and not a wand church. Obviously, we're going to have to remove some of these bits from the top. How am I going to do this up here? I don't know how to do that, but actually. 20 plus hours per day, your hydrate command doesn't help. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's no IRL hydrate command. Nah, I don't like that. I want to have those in there, but I don't want them to be... Oh, this is going to actually be a very awkward bit to do, isn't it? Ugh. Yeah, this is going to be incredibly awkward. Because I need to do something in here. But we're also going to be able to see it from the underside here as well. Ah, jeez. Okay, this is going to be awkward. This is going to be incredibly awkward. How am I going to do this? Do I have any more corpse blocks? That would just be annoying, though. So, Medis, the noise, if I'm trying to concentrate on something, the noise of that would just annoy me and I'd turn it off. Like, it's a great idea in theory, but when there's kind of like sensory issues there as well, it makes it kind of difficult. Yeah, quite like that, except for the shininess there. Can we live? I think I can live with that that little stair step bit there. We could use framed blocks to fix that as well, but honestly, I don't think it's worth it. We're not going to see it enough for that to be a concern. People around you use alarms for everything. It's not ideal. I've tried using alarms, but like for myself. But like one thing I find is that if I'm not in a position to actively do something about whatever the alarm is trying to tell me to do at that exact moment, I'll just turn it off and forget about it. It's definitely not an ideal situation, but otherwise it just annoys the crap out of me and I would just get frustrated. There we go. I like that. And then I think there's basically going to be glass all the way across here and also glass on all the way across here as well. What the hell did I do there? Jesus Christ. Yes, that is the way this is going to work. This is good. I like this. I'm starting to, now that we're talking about headaches, I don't know if it's because we're talking about headaches or what, but I'm starting to get a headache. Oh, this sucks. I've got too much to do today. I've got too much I want to do today to get a fucking headache. Right, what do you guys reckon then? Overall, do we think this works? Is that an interesting enough... you know what I'm actually starting to think? I feel like it's too busy now. I feel like that's too busy. Like, there's just too much visual noise there, I think. You didn't think it was too busy? Like, it's an easy enough fix. Hey, Guitar Lilin. How you doing? Oh, that's a regular frame slope. We don't want that. We want that. All right, no worries, Nova. Take care of yourself. Zombie, is that? I'm assuming that's how you're feeling. I've lost it. Those. I've not got enough of those. Hang on, let me go and make some more frame slope panels. I mean, you'll be struggling if you're looking for brains from me. Mine have just gone. They've melted. They're in a puddle somewhere on the floor. You might need to look elsewhere for brains. Where are they? That's what I'm after. Those. I grabbed the wrong ones before, apparently. Yeah, what I'm thinking instead is not that. Oh, okay. I'm not touching my keyboard. I wasn't touching my keyboard at all there. My keys are kind of doing weird shit again. It's not long since I've cleaned out the keyboard. I can't afford to buy a new fucking keyboard. And I don't even know if it's gonna help. God damn it. Sorry, guys. I can see me getting frustrated today with things. I see that doesn't look right either. I think I'm going to have to leave it being, like, excessively busy, which I'm not a fan of, but I think it's going to have to stay. Quartz veins do, and I believe they do have Certus quartz in them. You can tell from... Are we talking in Monifactory specifically? Or... Because it might be different in whichever pack you're playing, if you're not playing. Yeah, you are talking about this. But yeah, according to this, yes, they do spawn in the nether along with quartzite and barite. So you should be able to find them there. I'm pretty sure I've found some there as well. Ah. Strange. Hang on, let me go and check in my nether. Let me just fix this again. I'll see if I've got any showing up in mine. Gives a brief respite from building. Yeah, I do actually like that. I still feel like this is too busy. I much prefer like this bit on the side where it's a lot there's a lot less of it, but with the way that this is on the front, it's just a little difficult to set it up like that. Anyway, let's go and have a look. Where is my prospector? There it is. Because there are other quartzite. There is other veins with quartzite and nether quartz in them. Because there are quartzite veins with nether quartz and quartzite, but no Certus quartz. But there is also veins with Certus quartz in them. Wait, what the shit?
Keyboard fund.
I missed that. Hold on. What the shit? Quiet? I'm guessing that was that you, Quiet. Why? Quiet, thank you so much. I'm assuming that was you, and thank you so much. You, as always, you absolutely did not have to do that. My keyboard will be fine. There we go. We have got some Certus quartz in there. You're probably only going to find it in small amounts, though. That's the thing. Yeah, there is. We have got Certus quartz here, but you're not going to find it in large quantities. That's the thing, though, Quiet. I won't buy... If I'm going to buy a keyboard again, I won't buy a cheap one. I don't like buying cheap things with the intention of, like, upgrading later or anything like that, because it just feels like wasted money. The way I've been getting mine, Semedis, is... this. That is getting us Certus quartz crystals and Certus quartz dust, because you can make flawless budding Certus quartz at HV. A flawed budding Certus quartz crystal and distilled water will get you a flawless one, and that will never decay. And that's got us a decent amount. We've got 131,000 Certus quartz. Actually, yeah, I think we're voiding Certus quartz at this point. Yeah, just if you can find a meteor, you should be fine. Okay, I think this is gonna work. There are definitely some bits that we need to still fix up here. But I think that's gonna work. Alright, let's get the rest of this... Let's get this mirrored over to this side, and then we'll figure out the rest of this. And then I think we can start copying stuff around to the other front faces, and then after we've done that, we then need to work on what's going on at the back. I am a little concerned now that these side bits are going to look very, very kind of stumpy and insignificant. Since they can, they're only going to go back, like, as far as this. Like, we can go out, like, as far as this, I guess. But... we'll see. Anyway, right. What are we doing? What am I doing? Let's get this all figured out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my fucking keyboard today. It's not doing what I'm telling it to do. Normally, it's just like the WAS and D keys that go weird. Today, it's everything. I'm wondering if it's actually to do... I'm wondering if it's actually the keyboard itself, or whether it's just my computer is fucking overheating and it's not liking it. I don't think it's excessively hot at the moment, though. Have I considered that my keyboard may be haunted? I mean, I've thought about it. And, I mean, really, it seems like the only logical explanation, Pass. But I don't think it would be the keys expanding that's causing the problem. Because it has done that in other situations. But what I'm curious about, is there any situation where it's the actual PC itself and not the keyboard? Where it's kind of not correctly registering the key presses because of some issue or another? I don't know if that's a possibility or not. All I know is when it does start to happen, it's very annoying. It was doing it yesterday when I was playing Vintage Story as well. But then I don't know what is a likely thing to have happen with a keyboard and what is not. The thing is, though, it's very, very intermittent, though. Banana. That's what makes me think it's probably not a driver issue. Because I would have thought with the driver, if it was a driver issue, it would be happening a lot more frequently. And it's literally only every now and then it happens. I've had that on a mouse before and had to do the same thing, had to get rid of it. But this, it's almost like the weird thing is, though, there are times when, which actually does lead into the whole kind of the keyboard being haunted thing, that it does seem to press keys that and it will move with the W, A, S, and D keys when I haven't even pressed those keys. So I don't know. Chances are it is probably just the keyboard. But I really, really don't want to have to buy a new one. Even though we have just been given a nice boost towards buying one, I'd rather not buy one if I can help it. Because, I mean, one of the biggest problems is that I don't tend to take care of these things as well as I should because I honestly don't even know why. Again, just one of those things that doesn't even enter my mind until it's an issue. Trying to look at the temperatures of the keyboard at the minute. Oh, the CPU is actually running at like 73 degrees Celsius at the minute. Which is not good. Anyway, we'll worry about this later. If it starts getting annoying, I might have to call the stream early, which I really don't want to do, but I also don't want to sit in the stream getting frustrated, so we'll see. Right, where do we have that? All right. How you doing, Boomtick? No, I haven't poured anything on it. And it was actually cleaned out thoroughly, or as thoroughly as I'm capable of doing, not too long ago. I appreciate the lurk, Zidek. I have to say that I hate talking about stuff like this on stream. Because everyone always has kind of, everyone always has their opinions on it, and it's everything that, all their suggestions, oh, it's easy to do this, this, or this, and it's not. Not for me, anyway. Stuff like that, like, unless it is something I already know how to do. I'm not very good at kind of like learning new stuff like that. It could well be, Ozzy, but I don't know, and this is the thing, like, I don't know what it could or couldn't be. Like, I don't know enough about this stuff, and I generally don't have the headspace to try and learn because I have too many other things going on in my head to try and learn this stuff. And as useful as it would be, I just don't have the headspace for it. I can't work out if that's supposed to be a real response to that or a trolly one, Ozzy. The whole just buy a new keyboard thing. Keyboards are not free. Nothing in life is free. If you turn around to anyone and say, "Oh, just buy this" or "just buy that," like you're automatically assuming that that is something that they can financially support right now, and as though it's like an easy thing, and that's not necessarily the case. Like, not everyone is just going to be able to go out and buy a new keyboard because it breaks. That's not the way the world works. I wish it did. But it's unfortunately not the way the world works. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something about that bit as well. That I'm not happy with. But the rest of this, I think, is looking all right. I've already done that, Boomstick, and cleaned out the whole thing not too long ago. I've done that, Ozzy. That was the first thing I did when this started happening a while ago. This was, what, maybe a few weeks ago? Month ago, maybe? And that's exactly what I did. That's something I have already done. Right. Let's try and figure this out. I appreciate that, Oz. Right. We want this to be... I think that works. Well, I don't know the things like that. I don't know how to do stuff like that, Boom. Like I'm not very good with the hardware side of things. I'm not very good at like any of that side of things. It's not where my my knowledge lies, and it's also not something that massively interests me. As useful as it would be. So I've never taken the time to learn that kind of thing. And probably never would. Right, let's just make this... Let's just smooth this out. And then we'll start figuring out what we need to do in terms of adding detail to it. Anyway, I think I'm gonna move on from this subject, by the way. Because I'm gonna end up getting frustrated, and people are gonna end up getting frustrated with me. So I'm just gonna stop talking for a while and just get on with what I'm doing. I appreciate all the attempts to help. So. I am going to have to switch this around a little bit as well, because I kind of want these bits to be the open ones. Yes, time consumer. With the one exception of when it is one of the ones that can take multiple blocks. It won't work then, but otherwise, yes. To be fair, time consumer, even though I know that that's the way it works, I still do it the other way sometimes. How you doing, though? I hope you're well. Right, so what we want to do is we want to be able to... bring those down into there. Oh, for crying out loud. West been crazy busy, but outside that doing well. Glad to hear it. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh. Okay, and then we're also going to have to mirror like this over on the other side, so... Let's see if I can actually get this right. I think it would be to there. Oh, wait, no, I've done that the wrong end. Bloody side of it, so that's the bottom bit. Okay, so from there, how do we do this? Make sure we've got this in the right place. So this should line up. No, that's wrong. This should line up with there, right? And this is where it comes in a little bit more awkward that I haven't mirrored that yet. So that's when you get to EV, IV and machines start picking up speed and things process at decent rates. Yeah, and once you get to IV, you start getting to the multi-blocks as well, don't you? Having the multi-blocks is just such a nice quality of life. Right, so hold on. Let me... What Y level are we at there? 107. So that should be... there. I got this at the wrong height. Now, this isn't the right place, I think. Huge uptick in progression. Multi-block madness is fun in general. So many cool machines to build. I've started multi-block madness. I've never got too far with it. I always end up getting sidetracked. It does look like a really fun pack, though. Also, why? I think I actually want to change that anyway. Just be straight. But if we do that, that's a Y121. So there. All right. And obviously this is not just going to stay as a purely solid chunk of things. It's going to be decorated a little bit more. We just got to get the shape right first. really miss inertia cancellation. Right, I think we can probably put shaders back on again now. All right, and then we need that and that. That. All right, so that is the general shape. I think what we're going to do before we start adding more details to all of this is copy everything over to all the different sides. Or at least all the sides that they're going to be there for. Because that's only going on, like, that side and that side. It's going to be a smaller amount, probably just this bit on the east and west sides, and then all of this on the north and south. So it's not completely symmetrical. Ruby just tried to burrow inside your hands. Is she okay, or is she just being kind of playful? All right, the last bit we need to figure out is this corner. That's kind of like the last bit we need to figure out, I think. Just trying to get comfy. So the only thing is we've got to... How are we going to bring this over as well? Oh, that's actually kind of awkward, isn't it? Yeah, we've got to figure out what we're going to do with that corner. We'll have to figure that out later. But this is essentially what's going to happen with this, I think. And then we'll figure out what's going on down these sides later. Wait. So I thought that was looking a little weird then. I hadn't put the rest of the corner on yet. So if we got that. But this needs to move a little bit, doesn't it? That is not in the right place. Nor is that. Yeah, that's one of the weird things with applied energistics. It will choose some very weird things to use as the its block of choice. That doesn't feel right. Why does that feel... Oh, wait. Why does that feel off? Why does that feel off? So there are 2 more blocks over there. After that. So, yeah, that would be there. Ah, right, okay. That's more like it. Okay. And then that will go there. And then we have to figure out what to do with that corner because that looks awful right now. But the rest of that I think is fine. I thought I took the... Oh, I did take it out of my offhand, but it put it back in again, didn't it? I buy a lot of suggestions without wondering, but this was one of the... How do you think? Do you have living wood craftable? Because that's one thing I've found. It will always prioritize things that you have a crafting recipe for over things that you have large amounts of. Yeah, that will be why then. It will always prioritize things that you have a crafting recipe for. It would be nice if there was a way that you could set it to say, use this. Like, use this, like, if it's available, use these first when we're making recipes. Like, say you can set like almost like a priority system. That would be good. And obviously we've got a lot more to do on the fronts of these, but this is the general shape of it. So, I think now we kind of want to copy all of this over. And this is going to be the really time-consuming bit. Yeah, choosing a priority order. It might be quite time-consuming, but it would make life a lot easier with making certain recipes. Ah, right. This is the bit I'm dreading. This is the bit that's going to take forever. Is we now want to copy this front face over to everything. Although I'm still in two minds about whether I want to keep this. Oh, hang on, I'm not done here yet. I'm still in two minds about whether I want to keep this whole front, this same design on all four of these, or whether I want to do. Because I kind of like the idea of having the left and right, the north and south being different to the east and west ones. I don't know how well that'll work out. That's obviously going to be different as well. I think what I might do, I might skip out on this section on the east and west ones for now, and then just kind of have a grassy area on top of it. Have the whole thing covered with glass or with grass to start with. I mean, northeast, south, and west different would be a cardinal sin. That was terrible. Tribble would be proud. But yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll kind of have this base bit the same, and then on the east and west, it would be just this pillar here and not the rest of it. Okay, right. So the next thing is, how the fuck do we figure that out? You know what? I'm almost tempted to make a haste 2 beacon. I don't know, would that actually make me insta-mine the concrete? And would that be a good thing? I mean, it'd be a good thing in terms of speed. You know what, let's see if we can make a beacon. Not a bacon. And then it's what? 2 stacks and 36, I believe, for a beacon base. The only thing is, does anybody know the range of a haste 2 beacon? Like horizontally? Or of a full-size beacon, should I say? Actually, horizontally and vertically would be nice to know. 50 blocks. Okay, so we... This is definitely not going to cover the entire base then. I feel like the beacon is not really going to be worthwhile. I don't think the beacon's going to be worthwhile. We're going to have to keep moving it every few kind of sides we do this, and it's just going to get frustrating, and I can't. Vertically is infinite. I don't think it is infinite. I think it's infinite above you, above the beacon. I don't think it is below the beacon. Because I've had that issue. At least it didn't used to be. Because I remember having that issue when I was on the 240p server. I remember having that issue on there where the beacon did not go all the way, like from the... I had a beacon up kind of quite high up, and it didn't reach down to the bottom of the world. Ah, okay, I got you. But yeah, I think you are correct on that, Furious. Yeah, but and as we all know, words are hard, so. I think this... Right, this is going to be kind of difficult. I think what we're going to do is we're going to take, like, one section of this. Like, we'll get this kind of frame bit in, and then we'll go around and we'll do that on all four sides, all other three sides. And then we'll do the next bit, just so we can keep the kind of the pattern in mind, and we don't need to keep kind of relearning that pattern. So I think this goes all the way across here as well. So this bit should go literally just like all the way across, right? Yeah, so that frame will go all the way across. I think we did it like that, didn't I? And also, my keyboard has stopped doing weird things again now. Despite the fact nothing has changed. Oh, who knows? Ah. I really wish I had waited until a little later on before I did all this part of the building. Because if we waited till a little later on, we would have had the Omni Breaker. Which would have made our life a lot easier. But I'm not stopping now to do it. Right, so we'll get all of this in here. I am going to need more anti-blocks as well. Ah, thankfully we have a lot of anti-blocks, so we're fine. I still feel like we're probably going to be switching a lot of these anti-blocks out for colored variants of them. I just don't know which colored variants yet, so we're just going to stick with the white ones for now, and then we can just use an exchanging gadget on them later if we need to. Good afternoon, Erwin. How are you doing? And how has Enshrouded been treating you? I was lurking the other day while you were struggling with one of the towers. That's one that I have not quite made it to yet. I'm waiting for dinner. Ah, what's for dinner tonight? Something nice, I hope. And then the new tower, I guess. Yeah, that came with a twist. I started playing again last weekend. I think I've only made it to I've only just got through the first tower though, so I've not got very far. I've kind of been sidetracked again by Vintage Story. I think you'd quite like Vintage Story actually. I don't know if you've ever played it or not. But I feel like you'd quite like Vintage Story. What does that mean? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, no, none of us ever get sidetracked, do we? Really? Seen people play Vintage Story. It's a fun game. Quite slow, but the building in it it's kind of a similar kind of thing to Enshrouded, in that you've got a lot of control over it. Once you get to chisels, it's essentially like having chisel and bits in it, just much nicer building blocks. So you're kind of not a fan of the slower pace things. That's understandable. I'm usually the same, in fairness, but something I just quite enjoy about Vintage Story. I've just got to realize, have I done that at the right height? I just got to make sure. 100. Yeah, that's fair. That's understandable. And then you lose interest. Yeah, it's kind of... I think that's why I've not got very far with it in the past. But a lot of that was just down to the fact, I think, that I didn't really know what I was doing with Vintage Story at the time. I'm hoping that this time around I can actually get a little further. At Valheim. Yeah, to be fair, I kind of found the same with Valheim as well. Plus, it doesn't have that as many building options. It always felt not limited, but it was not quite as many building options as I wanted. Especially since I played single player, like gathering resources was incredibly slow in Valheim. So I'm assuming that as you get through Enshrouded, that Enshrouded is kind of quicker than that then. I don't think I've never made it far enough in it with Enshrouded to be able to see the later game. I ever tried RuneScape Dragon Wilds? I have not, no. That's the kind of... I've seen things about it, but I don't really know much about it. To be fair though, I never really played the original RuneScape either. Which done the quest, it's more about getting the best gear weapons and focusing on building it, to be honest. I see, that's where I've been struggling as well, is like not knowing which direction to go build-wise. I kind of wanted to try kind of like a magic-based, kind of a mage kind of build in terms of character building. This time around, because I never do that, but it just seems incredibly weak early on. But that might just be me being really bad at the game. It's a distinct possibility. Fake players is such an annoying thing to have to remember to do, isn't it? I think I might have taken that too far. Nope. That's about right. Okay. Mage Wizard got nerfed a lot and then now bumped 4th place regarding best spec. That's kind of disappointing. I was kind of looking forward to doing like kind of a mage style build. So like I say, it's not something I ever do. Like I don't normally use magic in things at all. I'm normally just kind of very simple sword, shield, be done with it kind of thing. It would have been nice to try something different. It feels like there's not much point if it's not a very viable option. And when you say got bumped down to 4th regarding best spec, like according to, is that according to you or just according to kind of general overall opinion? It's only a non-viable option if you deem it that way. Or if you're very bad at the game, Samedis, and I'm very bad at a lot of survival kind of based games, so I've been realizing this from playing Vintage Story that while I enjoy the games, I'm not very good at them. I'm good at the generally reasonably okay at the building side of things with them, but the actual survival bits, yeah, apparently I don't have very good survival instincts. But when you say general overall, surely it's kind of very dependent on the player though. Like there's maybe like one person is particularly good at using a particular style of play. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm guessing it's like largely just dependent on play style. I'm going to run out of Glocks. You know, I'd almost be tempted to have each of the... In fact, oh, I might do that. I'm very tempted to have each of these sides have a different anti-block color. Because one thing I do find when I build bases, especially symmetrical bases, I get lost very, very easily in my base if everything looks the same. Unless I'm directly looking at something. If I'm just wandering around, I forget which direction I'm supposed to be going. But if everything is done as a different color, it's going to look a little weird, but I will at least be able to find my way around my own base. Your phone's just restarted. This heat is unbearable. Yeah, it is not pleasant, is it? And it only seems to be getting hotter as well at the minute, which is not nice. I've just realized I left more scaffolding blocks down there, and I ran out of glax. I'm going to use so much of this stuff, and I've just literally just put it all back into the ME system. First character was Wizard Mage, and shredded about everything in a few hits. Was that before or after it got nerfed? Because you said it got nerfed, right? Was that before or after the nerf? Well, we're definitely going to be detailing. There's definitely going to be more color in here. 'Cause like right now, the way I always do my builds, and I don't know if you work the same way, Erwin, but I will always try my best to do a very, very simplified version of everything, get the shape and the overall kind of feel of something in before I start adding too much to the details. Like, too much in the way of details, because, like, if you kind of build, like, the whole structure up and then realize the shape of it's wrong and you've added loads of details and spent time adding loads of details, it takes forever to change it. But if you make sure you get that that initial shape and structure and essentially the silhouette of it right before you start adding details, like the details will just enhance it rather than make it like the details will be what enhances it. It won't kind of make the details won't make a shit build or a shit structure good. You may not need to do that since every part of your base is facing common direction. Is the best part of your base design, in your opinion? You get lost, you just check your map. Yeah, that's true. I think the other thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be putting travel anchors in here as well to get around. Like I like the idea of being able to walk around the base, and the idea is that we have it so we can walk around the base, and we kind of base a lot of the sight lines on the fact that we'll be walking around it. But it would be nice to have faster ways of traveling around again, as well. Figure out a whole wall with details at first, then you try to connect the rest of the builds. See, I do this coming from kind of a background of, sort of a background of painting and art, where you'll generally make a kind of a block in or a thumbnail of the overall composition, and then you'll work on then you eventually add the details once that's right. So I try and approach building in Minecraft the same way. And it usually works out pretty well.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries. Get some rest, quiet. And this part, you're more of a take over a building guy and make your factory there. Yeah, I know you and Matt, Matt are kind of the same in that. Matt likes to take over a building. It's definitely a lot quicker to do it that way. You don't have to worry so much about the actual structure, and you don't have to spend like days on end like we're doing here building it. It is just a nice way of doing it. You're even in the overworld? Matt wants the spawners too. Yeah, see, that I don't understand with Matt. Like, why do you want the spawners? Just get rid of the nonsense. I guess it's because chat generally likes to watch you streamers struggle a little bit. Is Matt still adamant about his about the facts as well? I remember this from when he was playing Monifactory, and I think I remember him saying the same thing at the start of the Monifactory world. Is he still adamant that zombies? Like he wanted to make sure he played in hard mode. Part of the reason was because zombies won't break down doors. From what he said, is he still adamant about that fact? Is that still one of his reasons for it? Because I'm pretty sure I remember him saying that at the start of the world, and it's kind of that's the exact opposite of how zombies work with doors. They will only break down doors in hard mode. Speaking of Matt, by the way, how is his playthrough going? I've not been able to check in the last few days, so I've kind of not been able to see how his progress is going. If anybody else is watching Matt, I think he's live at the minute, isn't he? Or he was earlier. How's his playthrough going? Stress. Oh God, what's it? Is that because he's got to deal with zombies? Chat keeps me. Oh God. Oh, Matt took the day off today, did he? Ah, okay. In what way is chat purposefully misleading him, or is it a they're just giving wrong, like, incorrect information? Because knowing Matt's chat, it could be either way. The amount of times Matt made an LV machine to find out he needs MV. To be fair, I do that exact same thing. Like, you don't always think to check the power tier. I'm gonna guess this was because I think he was working on processing clay dust last time I looked. I'm assuming he made an LV electrolyzer. I may or may not have done that several times myself. Despite the fact I know better. Shall I be misleading? Yeah, you guys are never misleading. You always just give always the correct advice. Never try and troll the streamer. Chat would never do that. Right? Does it in this? Normally it's Oh, it is LV in this. By default, it's MV, which is why I was thinking it would, like, normally it's MV you need for it. It's not always LV. You normally need MV in almost any other GregTech pack I've played. No, you can get aluminium. There's plenty of ways to get aluminium in most packs. But normally I will almost guarantee you that in most packs, it will be MV. In pretty much every other pack I've played, it's been MV. And there are, because the point, generally the way GregTech tends to work is you will have a way of getting small amounts of, and this is one of the things I love about GregTech, actually. There will be a small amount, or a way to get small amounts of the resource you need. And then once you've got those small amounts, you can then use that to make a machine or some other process that will then allow you to make more of it. And that's the kind of progression I really like. It's like you have to do an inefficient way of doing something. Usually, I think that way is Sapphire. Forgetting your first aluminium. That's usually one of the ways. Right. Monitoring specifically lowered the tier to allow earlier automation. Yeah, like that's one of the things I do like about this pack as well, is the fact that they have made the early game considerably less grindy. And not that it's massively grindy to begin with, but it certainly is more so than it is in Moni. Are you Damascus steel? Oh no. I'm guessing you're not in a position to make more Damascus steel. Okay, so that's that bit done on all four sides. How do we make Damascus steel, anyway? If I remember rightly, it's not difficult, though. Yeah, it's just steel in an MV atomic reconstructor.
You yellow bastard!
Enjoy the lurk, everyone. Enjoy the food as well. But yeah, Damascus steel is pretty easy to make. Assuming you're in MV, that is. Are you able to make an atomic reconstructor? Because they're definitely worth having. I've just realized we need this to be... I don't know. We're going to have to do more detailing on this later anyway. There we go. That is the front bit. Where let's move on to... I think I might shift this around, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. Hold on. Before we get too far into this, I think I might shift this a little bit. Because I don't know if I want this to line up with there or not. Because as we had it before, it didn't. The only thing is we'd have to do... something like that. I don't know if that's going to work. Oh, that's not going to work, because that's supposed to be raised up by a block, isn't it? I'm getting sidetracked over things I don't need to be sidetracked over at the minute. That's not awful, actually. Working on MV circuits for now, making a half stack of them. Always a good plan to bulk craft, isn't it? I think maybe we do actually want to do... Yeah, I think I prefer... I don't know if I prefer that or not. I can't decide how I want to do this corner. I think the way I had it before was probably the better option, honestly. You got the opposite problem where you focus on pushing ahead without making things nice first. It's an easy problem to get into. That's also not right. Not entirely sold on this, but... It's this corner that's bugging me. Anyway, let's get this bit figured out now. So, from here, how does this work? God, who put the glove? Oh my god! I didn't realize I'd done that. No wonder I ran out of glass so quickly. I mean, it all needs to be there eventually anyway, but I wasn't intending to do it just yet. Whoops. Okay, so I think I basically just need to... Okay, hold on. I'm turning into a villager again. Let me just grab, if I can find them. Why can I never find anything I need? There they are. So that will go there, and then across there. And then I think... can find, once again, I can't find what I need. There they are. So that's obviously not going to be going as high as that. I think the rest of it, that should be the right height, right? Y104. Yeah, okay, right. So we want this to... basically come all the way over here. How far over does that go? We stop. Where's the actual... Right, we stop one block before the chunk border. So that's where the chunk border is. So there it goes up to. That'll be the same on the other side. Oh my god. I'm very, very dubious about doing this with ones at the minute. After I've already managed to mess up so many different things while trying to use the ones. I'm very, I'm very dubious about kind of doing more. Right, how far, like, what point does this start? Basically the same level as the inner one of these, so it'll go up to there, right? Same on that. Right, so let's do this on this side as well. Soon as you start a recipe for oak logs to get AE2 to stop suggesting super expensive stuff. Yeah, it would be nice. Like if you can like favorite recipe, if you can favorite things in EMI, like it would be nice if you could kind of use that in order to favorite items or favorite recipes. So do there. Might have to turn the render distance down again a little bit for a little while because it's starting to feel a little nope. Starting to feel a little laggy. It would be amazing, wouldn't it, Chloe? What was I doing? Take it down to 12 chunks. So it's hopefully a little less kind of floaty feeling. Nope, still kind of floaty feeling. Oh well. Hey, Life, how you doing? Keeping those favorite items and fluids so they're pinned to the top row will be nice. Yes. Like you've got, they've obviously got the ability to do that with the pinning of previously of the last crafted recipes. So just the ability to be able to manually pin items would be good. Wish you were doing better, but you're managing. I'm glad you're at least managing life. Would obviously be better if you were doing more than just managing, but we, as always, we deal with what we have. Okay. So that is that. Although I've just realized on this side, those are one block further back, aren't they? I might have to move that because I actually do like the idea of these being like a deeper inset there. It just adds a little bit more shape to it. So basically what we're going to have to do is that. Wait, no, that's still going to be there, isn't it? Like there-ish, I think. Although... yeah, that's fine. That's right. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Welcome to your back. Locking up in your sleep and it was super... ouch. That does not sound fun. Is this something that happens a lot, or is this kind of a new thing? I'm hoping I'm putting these in the right place. It's not super common, but it happens like 2-3 times a month. Yeah, that's far more than you want it to be happening, isn't it? Is there anything, like, do you know what causes it? Like, is it something that you just, like, there's nothing you can do about it, you just have to deal with it when it happens, or... like, is there something you can do to prevent it? have a really bad back with pinched disc and scoliosis. Just kind of unavoidable. You took your muscle relaxers, use your 10s unit and it settled down a little. That's good. At least it's settled down a little. Does not sound pleasant though, I have to say. All right. Not gonna lie, this is taking a lot longer than I was hoping to get this build done. It's not exactly going slowly, but it's taking longer than I would like. How did you manage to crash the game with create stock keeper? Quite impressive. All right, and then... Actually not sure what we do in those ones at the minute. Let me double check. I shouldn't be checking on those ones, though. Okay, they're all... Yeah, okay. Actually, no, hold up. Yeah, that's right. Right, I think I'm going to need to make a recipe for framed blocks. I'm not on the right side. See, I'm already losing, getting lost in my own base. Right, so if we just request 2048 of those. Hey, Kaz, how you doing? I requested items for a mixing recipe that involves fluids, and it bugged out in a way I showed air, and then he requested another recipe. Ah, okay. How you doing, Kaz? Right, we are going to need a shitload of those, and a shitload of those. And for now, to get rid of those. One of the downsides to having so much glass here is it's not always easy to tell when you're inside or outside. I don't remember there being much use for coke. You can always make more of it anyway. You need it for black steel. So I would make sure you keep a reasonable supply of it. But for the most part, like, coke's not that difficult to make. You can always make more later on. So if you need it for fuel, I'd use it. Right, let's also set this up. Like that. Actually, I think we're probably going to be better off. It's probably going to be quicker to do it this way, isn't it? Until I start messing up and misplacing things. By the time to get black stairs should be pretty easy and fast. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. I'd just use it. Here, baby, tantrum downstairs. Good luck. You're looking at 121. Oh, is this for an update to Nope Zone? Like, do you have the mods you need? Like, are the mods you need there? Oh, nice. Is this going to be kind of like... I think you said... I think I asked this before, but I can't remember what the answer was. Are you stopping... Are you going to be stopping working on the 118 version? Or are you going to be kind of doing both alongside each other? Oh, you don't have the mods you need in a minute. Okay. What are you missing? A lot of mods got stuck at 120.1. Project Red, Thermal Series, Water Strainer, Lavamatron. Are there any... Like, Thermal would definitely be one that I would miss if it weren't in there. How you doing, by the way, Pixcon, as well? I hope you're well. I wonder how much I'm going to regret having so many framed blocks in my base later. Because that's definitely one of my concerns. Like, is this eventually going to cause lag somehow? Already scratching your head over advanced Cube.js scripting? I scratched my head over basic Cube.js scripting, so you're already a step up from me. Not that that's difficult. MC Monitors all over the place. No one could just pick a version to stay on for a while. Is that largely just because Mojang and how they're doing the updates now? I'm guessing. Trying to make a custom item with a durability that gets damaged when used in crafting. My CubeJS knowledge has traveled as far as knowing how to make a custom item, and that's basically it. And I don't even know if I did that right. It's bad before the drops just make it worse. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a... To be fair, though, I guess, like, their priority is not on modding and modders when it comes to Mojang. So I guess that is not the right thing. But that didn't look awful. Let's turn those off for now. Although we are going to need them again in a minute. I do need more framed slopes, though. But I pretty much always need more framed slopes. Framed slopes seem to be the new steel when it comes to GregTech. Always need more of them. You will finish and release this mod pack you started making, but you're lazy. I've been threatening to make a mod pack for ages. I keep complaining about a whole bunch of different things in mod packs, and I really don't like doing that without having something to back it up and say I can do this better, and then actually show it. Like, I don't really like complaining about stuff when I'm not doing anything better. But I've not been able to get myself started when it comes to making this bloody mod pack I want to make. Would there be any issues with using both CubeJS and Craft Tweaker? Like, would that cause any issues? Ah, I ran out of concrete. I mean, honestly, like, considering how much concrete we've used, we're actually not doing that badly. Like, we started with like 131,000 concrete. We're down to like 115,000. Actually, I'm very curious. Oh, I pressed the quest button. Give me a minute while it loads the quest book. $42,107 grey concrete so far. Hey, but at least you have a stone hoe with infinite durability, Chloe. And the thing is, you've obviously gotten like a piece of ancient debris. You can get an infinite amount of ancient debris now. All right, where were we? This is starting to look a lot more like an actual building now. Well, you've also got an infinite amount of coal, so just set it up to automatically smelt. Just set up a system where, like, anything that you need lots of is just constantly smelting. One of those times where I will advocate passive everything. Right, okay, so from here, we need to go back. I think it's like that. Is that right? So 1, 2, 3 blocks, and then, yeah, then we come across. Yeah, okay, that works. That's the great thing about infinite resources is you don't need to worry about it. I guess the only thing you don't have an infinite amount of is TPS, which eventually would cause issues, but not for quite a while. One of the things I love about GregTech actually is how well optimized it seems to be. Okay, so from there, what do we need to do? That will come out. This should actually be in line with... Yeah, perfect. Found a mod called Mystical Extended Tier, which adds tier 7 to 10. Oh, God. So even more crazy seed recipes then, Cass, is what you're saying. Well, I kind of know how Kaz's brain works at this point to some degree. And I know the kind of things he will have plans. Right. Sleepy, how you doing? Right, okay, so... Where are we? We're over here. So, let's get... Now, this is where things get a little bit different, because the top of this actually doesn't need to be... On these sides, doesn't need to go out from there, because the top of this is going to be purely grass to start with. And then the good thing about having like these two sides, like the east and west sides, as like purely a grassy cover, like covering to the top, rather than having this extra part of the structure, is that we can add to it if we need to. Like if we realize, oh shit, there's a huge multi-block we need to add, we've got space to do that without there being a building in the way, and then we can build up the building around it. Just want to make your own material foundation mod. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time you've made a mod, would it, Kaz? So, what's stopping you? What's the reasoning for not doing it? Also, I need to take a break in a minute, don't I? Are you good, mate? I'm not too bad. I'm still melting, sleepy, but otherwise I'm pretty good. Right, so we want to copy this on that side over there. Although before we do that, let's get this bit in place. Although I'm still not sold on these. That might have to be fixed. Right now, we need... Oh my god. Who's not melting in the UK? Nobody, I don't think. I think literally everybody in the UK is melting right now. Although, is that actually all... Way across, it's not. Oh. That'll be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it starts alternating like that. Right? Right. Actually, let's get this. I'm actually finding doing this, like, it's a lot easier to kind of remember the pattern when I'm doing it in tiny bits like this. I'm doing the tiny bits around each side before kind of carrying on. It's working reasonably well, actually. Your room's on the top floor, is this? Yeah, mine's what? Aside from the attic, which doesn't actually get used, mine's on the top floor as well. Yeah, it's warm. Plus, obviously, the computer in here as well and everything else. Hopefully no lights on, though. That's one of the good things about not having a... not using a camera. That I don't have to deal with the lights. Is that right? I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. First plan for what you were going to do is to use an extended interface. Wait, hang on. How many slots does an extended export bus have? I think it's only the same amount. Hang on, let me see, because I have got one, I think, in my ME system. Or I did have one in my ME system. Yeah, lights are definitely a little on the warm side, which is, like I say, I'm really glad that I don't have them. 18 by default on the export bus, but if you add capacity cards, you can get up to whatever... Was that 7 rows? So yeah, it's up to 63 items. Yeah, if you add a capacity card into the export buses, they will work. Yep, you should be good with that. I think each one adds one extra row to it. Oh, by the way, Guitar Lilum, while you're here, and I know that you obviously play Vintage Story. How difficult is it generally to find tin? Like, is it usually like ridiculously difficult? Right, that should be all of those done. I want to get these back walls done, and then I need to go on a break. So I'm already 15 minutes late for a break. Yes, it is. Okay, I figured as much. So I was really just basically trying to do it way sooner than I should have been. That makes sense. I guess it's one of those milestones where like it's a big deal to hit that milestone. Tint easy. The tin tin tin. I think that will go across there like that. We need to cover that over and that over. Yeah. I think these need to go... Probably guess his way to force one to use the more expensive alternative for a while. What benefits do you actually get once you get to bronze tools? Like, are they significantly higher durability? So, 2 down, then 1 in on these bits. Right, let's get that done on all of them. And they mine faster. That's good because the copper ones are bloody horrible. I also feel like I'm trying to make much larger bases than I realistically need to. Like far earlier than I realistically need to. I'm treating it like Minecraft, basically. Which is obviously not the way to go. I think that can just go all the way across there. I see, I haven't even, like, in my last world, I didn't find any, like, cassiterite, didn't find any bismuth, didn't find anything that I needed. It was kind of frustrating. You just woke up, something's wrong with you? I mean, are you saying that because you just woke up? Like, why is something wrong with you because you only just woke up? Yeah, like the highest quality of like tin when I was prospecting for it was poor. And there was only a few bits of that. I mean, I know the finding like the amount of tin you get is usually quite like very low. I went to sleep like 9. Wait, so what time is it for you now then? Am I about to be very jealous of the fact that you get a lot more sleep than I do? 11:45. Wait. So are you saying you've only slept for like 2 hours 45 minutes? Or are we talking for 14 hours and 45 minutes? If it's 2 hours and 45 minutes, then yeah, that sucked, man. Okay, so 12 hours and 45 minutes. Hey, I would honestly love to sleep for that long. No, nothing wrong with that. Unless you had somewhere to be, I wouldn't worry about it. Just enjoy the rest. Enjoy it when you can get it. Okay, right. So that is the front bit on all of these basically done. Well, see, that's the thing. I found a fairly hefty quantity of iron, but I also couldn't find anything but the surface deposits of copper. Like I dug down to try and find. I found some areas where it was like a very high amount. I dug down to try and find it, and all I found was iron. It's like, for fuck's sake. I can't even mine this or get around it. Missed out on 2 hours of the stream? Ah, we've just been building. You can see everything we've done anyway. You've not missed too much. Well, I guess the build is coming together a little bit more, but not missed too much. Tribble, thank you for the hydrate. And actually, I do need to go and do that because I do need to go and get a drink and have a short break. This place is coming together, chat. I'm liking how this is looking. But Tribble, thank you for the hydrate. Duplex, thank you for the posture check. On that note, though, I am going to have to go and take a short break. I do like to do this every couple of hours just to stretch my legs and grab myself another drink. If you have been sat down for a while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be back in just a few minutes. And I do want to talk more about Vintage Story as well, actually, when we get back. I am going to run some ads during the break. I will only ever run these during the break, though, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will be back in just a moment with a hopefully slightly colder drink than I currently have. All right, guys. And also, if you are in a very warm place like the UK at the moment, make sure you're staying hydrated as well. It is important to do so. All right, I will be right back. All right, everybody, I am back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. It is greatly appreciated. And Banana, make sure you drink. I think next time anybody does the hydrate for me, I'm going to make sure I kind of mention it to everyone else to make sure they're doing it as well. Thinking of the original for now. See, with the How to Train Your Dragon Live remake, I've only seen the trailers. But it literally just seems like literally a shot-for-shot remake of the animated one, which just feels pointless to me. I don't know, it might be real. Like, the original was, I really enjoyed the original. But I feel like the live-action one just, like, it didn't need to be made. You get what I mean? Right, let's get these bits done on here, then. So it is, but for some scenes they messed it up, which makes it similar, but what? Oh, dear. That doesn't sound good. Right, let's get this front bit on first. Actually, no, let's get the... Right, let's figure this out. So we know it's going to be 5 blocks from that front back to there, and then 3, and then out. Okay, right, let's see if I can remember that. So from there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then across. I'm doing this on the wrong side. This doesn't need to be done on this side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that, I think, should be pretty much how it's going. Let's make sure... And also, let's get rid of this. That's not going to need to be there. If we just bring these out as far as, like, this, where this would meet up there. We don't know what we're doing with the back of that yet, but we'll just bring each of these sides out at least that far. You read all 12 books, watched all 3 movies and 6 seasons. Wait, hang on. Harder than that, you would extend that to most live-action remakes of animated movies. Absolutely pointless. I don't think I've seen any other ones, honestly. Like, the only other one that really springs to mind is the Beauty and the Beast one. I'm sure there have been, like, considerably more than that. That's the only one that kind of springs to mind. It's been a lot. I went through a phase, like, for a good few years where I used to watch, basically, I watched a movie a different movie every single night. I watched so many movies during that period. I can't sit through them anymore. It's kind of gutted by it, honestly. I would like to watch more movies. I do kind of wish I'd made this taller. Oh, wait, is this? Am I got that in the right place? Yeah, it's not on top of that, is it? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Little Mermaid, Lilo and Stitch. Oh, God, yeah, the Lion King one. I remember that one. I didn't know there was a Lilo and Stitch one. Or Lilo and Stitch. I don't know. I've never even watched Lilo and Stitch. I didn't even know there was a live action one. But I've never seen the original either. Making live action everything, and why? My only answer to that is money. Would be pretty much my guess. The same reason they make anything is just like to try and get more money out of it. And how's progress going with the quests? What chapter are we on? Quest-wise, we are basically into the mid-game. We've got the first micro miners set up. Just got a wireless ME system sorted out. And we're just kind of heading into EV at the moment. But I'd said that I was basically gonna, because we were basically just working off like these platforms before. There wasn't an actual build, so I just kind of said, once I get my wireless ME system up and running, that's when we'll focus a little bit more on the build for a while. But yeah, we're just getting into EV at the moment. Speaking of which, hey, now we're fine. I changed the timing slightly on my my saltwater production just so that we could be gaining gas tiers. Snow White, lowest rated Disney. Yes, isn't that like the pretty much the lowest rated movie of all time? Not just like lowest rated Disney movie. And then what was it? Rachel Ziegler, was it? Who was the star in that? Right. Okay, so let's figure this out. See, this comes out 5 blocks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, across 3, and then 1, and into 3 blocks, and then across there. Okay. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I think it would come across like that. I don't remember how far across that goes across, though. Remake something that already did well as a safer investment than something new. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's the case. Plus, like, is anyone really coming up with, like, new ideas these days anyway? Like, has anyone... When was the last time you had, like, a truly unique movie? Actually, that's a good question. What is the last truly unique movie you guys remember seeing? One of live action actors passed away. David Heckle, Kanui Bell. David Heckle, Kanui, or Hekili Kanui Bell, or can we? I have no idea how to pronounce that. Better than the live on Stitch live action adaptation as the character Big Hawaiian Dude. I think you ever saw a movie that felt unique. Inception kinda did. Inception did kind of feel that way for me. Because that had a very, very unique kind of concept to it. Or at least it was unique to me. I don't know if like the whole idea behind Inception was done before then. It may well have been. Instead of probably, but that was more than 10 years ago. I've still never seen Interstellar. I didn't realize it was that long ago, though. Everything Everywhere All at Once. It was amazing the first few, as it was crazy and all over, but a second viewing, it became just so-so. I've heard of that movie, but I've got no idea what it's about. Princess Bride. I don't think I've ever seen Princess Bride either, funnily enough. Alright, and that'll go across there, right? Well, actually, that needs to be like that. And then these will just be... I don't know what we're doing with the top. We'll have to figure that out, but... Change the prompt to when was the last time you saw a truly unique piece of media? Okay, what would be your answer to that question then, Duplex? Princess Bride is a fun movie. Blade Runner 2049, but not about plot, but visuals are very unique. I've still not seen the original Blade Runner. Like, I really want to watch it. I keep, like, every time I hear it mentioned or see anything about it, I always want to watch it. But I've never got around to actually watching it. All right. So that is one of the movies I would love to see. Isn't that largely like where the whole kind of cyberpunk thing came from? Or at least was a big kind of proponent of it? Waiting for Chicheva the movie? Nobody wants to see that. Except for you, Sarge. To be fair, you're kind of seeing that at the minute. Like, this is my life. Building ridiculously unnecessary Minecraft builds. Do androids dream of electric sheep? That was the... Oh, God. Who wrote that? Tribble? Chatch me if... Oh, God. Philip K. Dick. I thought that was it, but that was what my brain was telling me, but I didn't want to say it and then just look like an idiot because I was completely wrong. Right, that's going to be grass on top of there. Now, this is going to be a little different to this one in that we're actually going to have a floor in the center of this. Chacha in the... Oh, God. Let's not do that. Let's not think of movies with kind of relating to my name. All right. I've already forgotten what I was looking at a minute ago. God damn it. They centrifuge wreaking havoc with your brain? Wait, which centrifuge is 6, 7, 8, 9? Up to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then wait, does this go... This goes out this way, doesn't it? We started on the bees. Ah, okay. I got you. Barney Stinson moment in the wilds. I mean, let's be honest, there's lots of those. Who doesn't love Barney Stinson? Although, again, that's another thing I really want to watch more of, is How I Met Your Mother. Right, and then this will go up and across. I'm not happy with this bit. This bit needs to be fixed. If that bit needs to be fixed, or I need something in that corner there. Like, I like the I kind of like it, but I kind of don't. Like, I don't like... Actually, that's fine. No, that's okay like that. Basically, that's exactly how I had it on the other side. And think of a way it houses on a centrifuge subnet, 20 centrifuges with fluids and all, and make it expandable so you don't need to have room for more controllers. I'm guessing you don't have as much as I wouldn't say I get annoyed, but as much as people always suggest this, I'm guessing you don't have Super Factory Manager in your pack. Because that's actually very good for handling bees. Okay. No Super Factory Manager, going back and forth between Laser IO to save channels or a full on AE2 system. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having just a full subnet purely for doing that. I would see no issue with doing that. Right. We know all that. I like that. And then we've got that. I've got to have more netherrack somewhere, right? Yeah, there we go. How much higher does that go? Right, the top of this ends at Y120. Wait, 2 to 3 controller subnet? Why would you need so many... Why would you need so many controllers? Why would you need so many channels for it? Although this is kind of where I would normally... Are you using, like, kind of importers on things? I'm guessing that's where the channels come into it. 20 fluid importers, 2 storage buses, and that 2 to 3 floors, plus a bit of storage. Okay, yeah. I think the reason I was confused is because like I normally don't do it with... I would normally won't use like importers. That's where I'll use Laser IO or some other logistics mod. Not as a case of changing of saving channels, just because I find it less laggy long term. Hey Celestial, how you doing? So I've not asked this in a little while. How are you guys feeling about this build at the moment? Do you think this works? Does it look all right? Are we liking the way this is coming together? So I'm actually really happy with it for a change. I think the thing I'm the most happy with is the fact that it's starting to look a lot more complete than any of my other attempts at builds. And I think this approach that I've taken this time around has actually worked so much better than any other approaches that I've taken to building large-scale bases. And I think this might be the way that I approach it in the future. And honestly, just that knowledge alone, knowing that I now have a method that will work for me for this, is actually pretty fucking huge for me. What do you mean, celestial? You mean, like, that? That kind of thing. With that's kind of the rough shape of it. Yeah, we basically we're having that full thing on the north and south sides, and then just this lower portion on the bottom. This isn't finished, by the way. This is just like the basic shape of it. It's not done yet, but it looks really cool. You're always jealous of people with building skills since yours are so severely lacking. Building's not that difficult. I mean, I say this from a standpoint of like I've done a lot of building in the past, but it's the thing with building is it's very subjective. Like, and it's you're always going to struggle to find a build and a build style that's going to please everybody. So like all you can really do, or the best thing you can do, is just find something that you personally like. And then kind of in a style that you personally like, and then build around that. I just realized that is looking very, very janky. That's more like it. But yeah, and the other thing that I do a lot with my building is I'm trying not to, or at least I try not to do everything all at once. Like figure out the shape first, get that right, and get that so you're happy with it, then start detailing. It's so important to do it that way, I find. So that will just go all the way back to there. Greatest thing you ever built, you'd be like 6 years ago on Bedrock. You haven't seen it in years, so it's probably terrible. But the nostalgia is a huge thing. Nostalgia is important. Okay, so let me get some of my things out here. Oh my god, for some reason could not scroll onto the backpack. We need those, and we need those. Wait, no, how have I only got 30 of those left, but still loads of those? What? I made like the same amount of both of them. How has that happened? Oh, I guess you probably to be fair, I use a full stack to make both of them, but I'm guessing you get a lot less of these out of a full stack than you do of the frame slope panels. That would make more sense given how much material goes into them. Yeah, you do get considerably less. Okay. Right, so this needs to be there and there. Like that. Dirt boxes or diorite walls with birch long tops. I mean, there's no accounting for taste, Dribble. Right, okay. So I need... Is that all the framed slopes I have left as well? Holy shit. Yes, I have seen Banana's fractal base. It does look awesome. And definitely a lot less fiddly than this to make. But the thing, at the end of the day, though, Banana, it looks good. Like, whether it's just essentially just a repeating pattern or not, it looks good. And one thing I've found with builds and just like in general, like building in general in Minecraft, is people are generally a lot more excited by kind of the scale of something than rather than necessarily the complexity of the building. So I would not be surprised if people were a lot more kind of responsive to your build than mine. It is indeed a very, very fancy box. And I liked it when you did it in, 'cause it was Ocean Block you did it in before, wasn't it? I liked it when you did it in Ocean Block as well. And now you've actually got you should actually have time to properly utilize the base as well, which is going to be good. So you can actually fit a lot more in there now. Confusing yourself with your own build? You think that means you're going too complicated? Possibly. Not necessarily though. Well, that's always a challenge though, isn't it? Is like if you're building a base, like if you build it too early, you don't necessarily like you might end up having to expand it later or add bits to it. Like it's very difficult to build like especially something like what you've built and what I'm building here, like a very contained base. It's very difficult to do that when you don't necessarily know what's coming up. Or you was, oh no, wait, how did that happen? Duplex. Your current base isn't too impressive? I mean, you say that, Freefall, but do you like your current base? Does it matter if it's not, like, ridiculously over the top? So what is Monifactory? It is a mod pack. Past that, I'm not really sure how to answer that question. It's a mod pack. And how's it different from Omni and Nomi? It's in 120, basically. Things started with Omnifactory, then they moved on to Nomifactory and Nomifactory CEU, which were all in 112. And then they made Monifactory as a kind of a 1.20 port of it. When do we reach the end of Omni, Nomi, Moni? Who knows, Celestial? Possibly never. For all we know. We may never reach the end of this. Which, honestly, I would be okay with. because Tribble keeps using it. And thank you for the hydrate, Tribble. And also, everybody, if you are in a... Just even if you're not in a warm area, make sure you hydrate. And that means you... banana. Make sure you're drinking. Done. Good. We've got to make sure you stay healthy. You have games to make. And work to do. And crazy, funky boxes to make. In Minecraft. I would love to duplex, but honestly, I've been trying to come up with ideas. Like, I don't like using the same kind of ideas that everyone else uses. I always want to come up with something different, which is why there's very little there at the moment, except for the ones that are actually kind of certainly useful to me, like the hydrate ones. I can never come up with like interesting ideas for them that are unique. 10k points for an apartment in the Spire. That's gonna bug the hell out of me. The problem is, though, we're probably going to need the Spire for things. So we actually have space. Oh, by the way, I do want to... I feel like I need to say this. I probably don't, but like the reason I don't do like a lot of the things like this is not because I don't want to or because I don't think they're good ideas. It's generally just because adding new stuff like this actually, whether it may or may not seem like it, but it does take a lot of kind of, I need to be in the right headspace to be adding stuff like this and remembering to add stuff like this. And like people come up with really good ideas in the stream like you guys are now, and then I will basically just forget about it by the end of the day, by the end of the stream. And because I'm not like physically doing anything with it at that point, it'll just get forgotten. This is an inspired build. We talked about this earlier as well, Duplex. Alarms don't work for me, really, because unless I am in a position when the alarm goes off to do what I need to do or what it's reminding me to do, it will literally just get turned off and forgotten about instantly because I'll be in the middle of doing something else that I also need to focus on. I'm a very strange and kind of set in my ways, I guess, kind of person. I have very specific ways I need to do things for them to actually get done. And it's about as frustrating as it probably seems to you guys as well. That also won't help, Duplex. I appreciate it. I do appreciate the enthusiasm. It's kind of, this is one of the things that I always get very self-conscious and very kind of annoyed at myself in conversations like this, where it's like constantly having to say all the things that I'm not able to do. I don't like saying like, oh, I'm not able to do this. It's because there's physically nothing stopping me doing it. It's entirely a mental thing, but it is incredibly frustrating to constantly have to say, oh no, I'm not able to do that, and then not being able to have any kind of physical reason why I can't. It's very frustrating, especially with no diagnosis for what is highly likely to be ADHD and potentially traces of autism as well. With no diagnosis, I can't just turn around and say, oh yeah, it's because of this, because I don't know. I have no diagnosis for it. So I can't, I don't want to turn around and say, oh yeah, it's, like, I can't do this because of, ADHD or what have you when I don't have a diagnosis. Because it always feels like it's diminishing the struggles of people who definitely do have ADHD. Because it could just be me being lazy. Like, who knows? I don't like to... I don't like to kind of say I have things when I don't know if I do or not. If that makes sense. I don't know. I'm a very complicated person. I'm aware of this. Alright, and you will go there, you will go there, and you will go there. Okay, we're getting there. That's you being mean to yourself, Stone. That's... I try. I try not to. It's like accept... I've done it again. It's like accepting compliments. I'm not very good at doing that either. Right, will you let me... Yes. Right, okay. How much longer will I be streaming? Not sure yet. The streams have been a little shorter recently. Just because I've been struggling a lot with fatigue lately. Which actually, having said that, the shorter streams I think have actually been helping quite a bit. As much as I want to do the longer streams, the slightly shorter streams, I have had a little bit more energy and have been a little bit more awake in general. Which has been good, but yeah, I'm not sure how long much longer. At least a little while. I want to make sure we get, at least all these bits sorted out. If I can, I'd like to get the structure built up around here as well. Maybe not all the detailing, but like this part of the structure I would like to get built up all the way around as well. So we got quite a bit. Hey, how you doing? Wait, are you getting buffering again, Guitar Lilin? Is Twitch being a pain in the ass? So hot. It is, it's horrible, isn't it, Like, it is not pleasant. Let's get this in here as well. Oh, actually, that does need to come down into there, I think. And then we need anti-blocks. And drop frames. Oh, no. Just blame Twitch. It's probably Twitch's fault anyway. It really is. It's not pleasant at all. So I'm glad my sleep is in kind of one of those phases where I'm kind of falling asleep at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It means that like most of my day while I'm awake, I'm kind of nice and cool because it's like the middle of the night, or as cool as I can be. Because it's the middle of the night. Okay, and what did I do with the insides of these? Oh! Wait. Oh. Fucked up. Whoops. This is fine. I just did it in the wrong place, that's all. That should have been there instead. Right, and then these need to be... replaced in there. Did I screw it up on the other side as well, or did I do the other side right? I did the other side right. No, I didn't. I did the other side wrong. Oh, dang it. I always wonder why cucumbers are the gold standard for cool. You want any cool in the fridge or anything? I know, right? It's a very weird phrase. In fairness, I think like most like kind of phrases in general are just fairly weird. Yeah. Like if you take them at face value, they just make no sense whatsoever. Like I say, cool as a cucumber. Like cucumbers aren't that cool. I'm trying to think of any other phrases that are like that. I know there's a lot of them. There's certainly a lot of British phrases that just make a lot of absolutely no sense, rather. Okay, right. Let's get happy as Larry. Yeah, who exactly? Who is Larry, and why is he happy? Why is Larry so happy? Well, there's another one like kind of sweating like it's talking about sweating like a pig. I guess I don't know if that's a commonly used phrase anymore, or if I'm kind of misremembering the phrase. But like that seems another weird one. Although I'm guessing there is probably some kind of actual basis for that. Oh yeah, there you go. The best thing since sliced bread. Although to be fair, sliced bread was a fairly big invention, I guess. So that one kind of makes sense, maybe. Whoops. Betty White was older than sliced bread. How were people eating bread before? I'm guessing it was probably sliced, but I'm guessing it didn't come pre-sliced. I'm guessing that's where that came from, but like I don't know. Just you take huge bites out of a chunk of bread. Yeah, just tear a bit off, you know. I was heard sweating like a stuck pig. I assumed it was at the abattoir. Oh, that would make sense. Especially since pigs don't sweat, which is why they roll in mud. Okay, I didn't realize that. See, we're learning stuff here today, or at least I am. I don't know how useful that information is going to be, but like I am learning stuff. All right, we need bit. I have no bits. Well, I have very little bits, should I say. Right, we're not going to go too far into this. Just so we know where the floor is going to be. I ran out. There we go. That's better. Okay, we're slowly getting there with this. Very slowly, but we are getting there. Draws for this version will just be silly. The importers do both fluids and items. Yes, they do. And if your Xbox does some of the MC save files. Oh, I'd love to go, like, when I first started playing it, Minecraft, it was on the Xbox. The Xbox 360. Back when Minecraft worlds were, at most, I think they were like 800 blocks across. Okay. Now, what do we need to do? I want to get this central bit sorted out before I do anything else, I think. I think I want to get this all figured out. So let's grab those. I know that will be there, won't it? Wait, no, hold on. I'm once again missing out a step. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 10 blocks though. That's a really annoying number. Not that it's going to matter, really, with this, but it would have been nice if it was a more uneven number. An Xbox One, a large rectangle of white, and by God, it takes forever to boot up. Hey, if you can get screenshots of it and you're in the Discord, Duplex, I'd love to see screenshots of it. I'd love to go back to like my old, all my like original Minecraft worlds. Because I never used to be a builder when I first started playing. Like, I was no good at building when I first started playing. I mean, not saying that I'm great at it now, but, like, I was terrible back then. I would make the stereotypical dirt huts and, just like everyone else. And they would look about as bad as you would expect. And I think when I originally started playing Minecraft, I was more of a... I was more into the kind of like the redstone side of things. When I first started playing. So a ton of worlds on your Wii U, which are just as old. We've got so much detailing to do. Oh, hang on, I need those there. We've got so much detailing to do on this. It's going to be ridiculous. I'm still going to be very shocked if I manage to finish this build, you know. I hope I do. But I will be shocked if I manage it. MC for Xbox One is loaded. But no, back in when I first started playing, it was on the Xbox 360, and like the world, you literally could not have a world bigger than 800 blocks by 800 blocks. Like, you could not have a world bigger than that. All right, so One thing I'm not happy about is just how uniform some of this is in terms of heights. That's one thing I wish I'd have done differently. I'm not going to change it now because it's going to be way too much of a pain, but I kind of wish I'd done some of this a little differently. Like maybe had these buildings on the east and west a little bit higher than these ones, just to add that little bit of variation in there. But it's a little late for that now. And it's still going to look good regardless, so. Your first ever Minecraft play was in vanilla, and you dug a 32 by 32 hole all the way to bedrock using stone tools with a glass roof and a central 5 by 5 staircase. Was there a reason for doing it, or was it just because you could? Dribble. Second, mini games, you forgot about those. You love those secrets in the waiting lobby, and you want to see if you remember how to unlock the lower level. There should be a link. Are you on PC or mobile? Because there should be a link below the stream. Or I think we also have exclamation point Discord. Is that right? Yeah, there we go. There should be a link there as well. And what did I miss? Your first ever Minecraft play involved you plugging up every single cave around a village to prevent the scary monsters from escaping and killing the villagers. I still remember in my first Minecraft world, I was scared of the squid. I genuinely thought the squid were hostile. I mean, have you seen the teeth on those things? I genuinely thought they were hostile. But I mean, think about it. Look at the teeth on them. They're ridiculous. Hang on, have we got any squid nearby? We're in an ocean. You'd think there'd be squid, right? I can only find dolphins. I don't think there's any squid. Ironically, since we are in the middle of an ocean. Otherwise, yeah, I was never a fan of hardstyle. Never got into it. Kind of similar subgenres I did, but yeah, we have the world's smallest, or one of the world's smallest mushroom islands near our base. The most pointless thing ever. The Fallout and Sky. I remember there being I remember the Skyrim one actually. Yeah, I never got into hardstyle. Hard House used to be my thing back in the day. Like a long time ago. I used to actually DJ it as well. I had one of the tracks I put together played at Global Gathering as well. You're a little biased though, Em. What's my thing now? I don't really have one. Honestly, like music-wise, just whatever I find enjoyable to listen to. It's like all sorts of different things. You hope the island will be big as there's not much room to build on it. I am definitely not a musician, Banana, no. I would definitely not fit into that category. I used to DJ, and I did kind of make some tracks. The one that got played at Global Gathering, though, was mostly just a mashup of about 50 different hard house tracks. That apparently Andy Whitby really liked and wanted to play, and then kept calling it the wrong name. Because he didn't, I'm guessing because he didn't really like the one that a friend of mine gave it. A musician seems more appropriate, yes. And I actually did have a, was it one or two? I think I had two hard house tracks released on record labels. Only one of which was pressed to vinyl. The other one was, only a digital release. Right, okay. We're getting somewhere, I think. Although I'm really not entirely sure if I'm getting anywhere or not now. Did this go on the diagonal as well? It did. Stone Rain looks very pleasant. It is. It's one of the variants of the Corp blocks from X-Tones. I really like it. It works really nicely with this. It's got enough texture to make it somewhat interesting, but it's not too much texture that it's distracting. It's just nice and pleasant. And it's a slightly darker shade of grey than the grey concrete. But not as dark as the black concrete. Nice little happy medium. All right. I'm actually very happy with the progress today. I think I was saying earlier that this was going a lot slower than I thought, but honestly, looking at it now, it's kind of not. It's going pretty quick. Vanilla copper only made in the arc furnace. Just checking recipes. Yes, for the most part, as far as I'm aware, it's only made in the arc furnace. I've only ever made it in there. Yeah, the other recipes, that's just like the turning copper and the nuggets into ingots. That's just the molten variant. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it is just done in the arc furnace. Yeah, it's nice and easy. Okay. So what do we got to do next? Using LV machines, but going into MV steadily now? Sounds like you're making decent progress. Okay, so from here then, we need to go back, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks? We'll bring this across here. Let's try and get this figured out, shall we? It's awesome. You have so many worlds on here. Now you want to go and find Stampy's lovely world in the tutorial world? Nostalgia is a fantastic thing, isn't it? Kind of going back through old builds and old kind of game versions. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 blocks out. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that right, though? Is that 12 blocks from there, or... I don't actually know. 12 blocks from in line with that pillar. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay, right. So let's make sure we got this in the right place. Wait. I don't even have that pillar on most sides. What the fuck? Okay, well, I'm already missing a bit here. But it should be this bit. We need to do these as well. Okay, we'll sort that out in a minute. We'll get these pillars in before I completely forget. Which I will do. Yeah, we've got to do the lamps as well. We'll do that afterwards, though. Like, I don't want to get the other bit out of my head just yet. But yeah, we do need to do the lamps. Okay, right. From there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, that's right. And this will be the same. It'll come in, go up 4 blocks, is it? Oh. Oh, no, that's fine. That's okay. But basically, we'll be on Y107. There. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All this bit needs to be shifted around as well. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, 12. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You made a mistake? Was the nap the mistake, Quiet? That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And those should already be in line there. So 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. You're puffing your CBD because you were feeling it might have collapsed in beds. But do you feel more rested for it, Quiet? That's the important bit. I think this is going to be grass up here, you know? I think this top section's actually going to be grass. You do feel rested? Oh, there you go then. It was not a mistake. Okay, so we bring this like 2 blocks down from here. And 1 block in, right? So we start there. It's burning my bloody retinas. Actually, that's probably not the best block to do that with. All right. The redstone doesn't work anymore for some reason. Oh, I think I found that in previous, like in some of my very old worlds as well, when I, like, even just like a year or so after I made them. I remember one of the worlds I was really excited by, I think I'd watched a Mumbo Jumbo video on, you know, the elevators you used to be able to make with the mine carts and the slime blocks and sticky pistons. I was very proud of making one of those in my world, and then, like, not long after I made it, like, an update broke it. And I was very sad, and I had no idea how to fix it. You started awake first because Ruby nibbled at your sleeve, which translates to, Mom, I gotta pee. Hey, at least she nibbled on your sleeve and didn't just do it right then and there. Which I guess that is a positive, right? Wait, that's not right. No, that's not right, because I've got them in the wrong place. Yeah, that'll be like that. Not really sure what these are here for at the moment. Let's get rid of them for now. You flip some secret levers in the waiting lobby to unlock an entire secret thing, but the redstone for the levers. Oh no! I'm assuming you're not in like it's not something you can go into creative and kind of sort out. Although, right, there is 3 blocks of space. Right, how many have we got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it's 5 from this endpoint. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we'll have to get rid of that one. That one. That one. And that one. And these are not right either. How did I do these? The hell? That wasn't it. Yeah, that's right. Like that, and then that. Okay, so what do I need to do to make this work on all the other bits? So we just need to bring these like 2 blocks in, I guess. And there, so like that. All right, I gotta serve this food and these. So like I said, all right, no worries, banana. Enjoy the food, man. As always, I appreciate you being here. All right, it took me a while to get to that message. I'm kind of in my own little headspace at the minute, trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. I've just realized I've done all of that in completely the... No, wait, no, that is all the right places. Never mind, ignore me. I am talking crap, and that needs to go. Most of it was in the right places. But we've got 3 blocks there. Okay, and then we need to do that as well? No. That on those ones. I should really just fill all of this in, shouldn't I? Just make life a little easier. Because it's not like we're going to be short on concrete blocks. I think we're going to be fine for concrete blocks. As water bucket in your enlarger frame, you have to rotate to shut off the big fountain in the center of the map. And once you do, you can drop down to a full subterranean level, but it isn't doing it. So, oh. I'm assuming is this a world that you go into in kind of like in survival mode or in adventure mode? I'm assuming you can't make changes. You cannot. That kind of sucks. Okay. And we know we need this all the way around here. So close to LV and Skygrade, and you're so happy. GG. All right. I think one of the big things I really did like about Skygreg, though, was the fact that you start with an angel ring. Like, it makes getting around so much easier. And just, it makes building so much easier as well. Okay. It would be nice if it was in every Skyblock pack. Right, I need to get a few more things here. Like a bunch more things, in fact. One of them being... What did I use? I used the pillars, didn't I? So we need the pillars. We need a ton more of those. And we need a ton more of those as well. What we want to do is let's get rid of all of that into there for now. Get rid of those. And now I've lost them again. Where are they going? Frame slope slabs. And frames elevated slope slab. And we'll get grey concrete in the offhand. Right, let's do the... Oh, hold on. Where are the pillars? Where did I put the pillars? They are there. Right, we need those as well. You googled and you're wrong. It was still works. Hey, nice. Let's get your LV. Your first port of call is a bloody EBF. You need faster steel, and honestly, you love having the angel ring. Honestly, I would make a wire mill your first port of call. Wire mill and a bender. Although, actually, it's less of an issue in... no, actually, yeah, that's a good point. It doesn't matter too much in Skygreg, does it? Because you've got infinite tools, so you can just... Infinite tools and infinite resources, so you basically just... You don't have to worry about material costs. Oh my god. Google the A2 view cell thing, and apparently hiding it is intentional, so they're making new GUI for it. Definitely a bit weird. Yeah, it is really, it really is a little bit weird. Like, why not just remove the functionality entirely? That's what I don't understand about it. Like, why not just remove the functionality entirely? Rather than hiding it in a weird, convoluted way like that. To be fair though, like Chloe, like you just have four, like the I think the way I did it last time I played, just have like four of the, is it the brick? I can't remember if it's the brick blast furnaces it uses in it. But I just had four of those going pretty much constantly. Oh my god, stop doing that, chat. Jesus Christ. Okay, that is everything. I think we kind of also want to probably... Bring this around here as well, just to kind of fill in this whole area, just so... Actually, we don't know what needs to go in these corners, do we yet? Let's fill in all these bits. I'm trying to keep this kind of, like, the same all the way around, just so it's kind of... It's easier to see, especially if we're looking at it from a different angle. Like underneath, for example, we can see what is what, if everything's the same. But if it's kind of slightly different underneath in each part, it's a little confusing. It's got troll so hard by the Mojang devs. What happened? Did I run out of black concrete again? I fucking did. God damn it. There's a bunch of dispensers and a pressure plate, and you stepped someone and got pumpkin. That's not that bad. I'm assuming it didn't have cursive binding, although I'm not sure. Like when I started playing it, they didn't have cursive binding. Now I sound older. The whole back in my day. All right, everything looks somewhat symmetrical. Right, how did I do these corners is the next question. Not sure. Oh my god, this fan is doing absolutely nothing. It is literally just blowing hot air at me at the moment. Although that still, now that I've turned it off, it still feels better than when it wasn't doing it. Damn it. I hate this heat. Oh, I want. Right, so let me work out how I did the corners. I've also realized I've done that in a really weird place. Maybe not, actually. How did I do the corners from here? It basically... You hate AE2? Why do you hate AE2? What's happened, Guitar Darling? What has AE2 done to wrong you? Did I... Hold on. So we followed the same as that. Yeah, okay. Wait, what did I do at the top of there, though? Ah, just continued up. Okay. There's no aiming my fan, Tribble. When I say this fan is old, I mean it's old. The best it can do is kind of oscillate backwards and forwards. It's a clunky, horrible thing that is kind of useless, honestly. But it's also one of those things where, like, it never feels worthwhile buying another one because I just wouldn't use it most of the time. It's just literally just situations like this. He's not doing what I wanted to do. It does what you tell it to. I hate it when things do that. It's almost like they can't read your mind, isn't it? And, you know, it should be able to. How very rude of it. All right. Where did I have... These here, we had 1 block space in between them. There'll be 1 there and 1 there. And then that will... go like that. And how did I do this little corner bit? Oh, I never really quite figured that out yet, how I wanted to do that. So for the time being, we just had that. Okay, right. I think I got this. And then that will go there. And then I think like that. Wait, what have I done? I've done something wrong here. Oh, God, I've done everything wrong. Yeah, getting hostile neural networks automated is definitely the way to go. The sooner you get that automated, the better. Right, I think that's going to be right. That'll go into there, and then like that. Yeah, I think that's right. Try not to melt. Hot food when you're already hot is never as enjoyable. Do you go straight to pure MV setup for the whole thing with the forge hammers? Yeah, I think I did. I think my initial setup was everything was MV, but I did underclock some things. Like all the machines were MV, but some of them were underclocked to LV. Just so it used a little bit less power. Alright. Wait. Now you have to collect all the monster heads. To unlock the dragon room. You know, that's kind of, you kind of making me like miss the old kind of, you know, the old CTM maps. I used to quite enjoy those. I remember playing, I think it was Captive Minecraft on stream. At one point that was really good fun. Do they still make maps like that? Like, do they still make ones like the old CTM maps? Or is that just a thing of the past now? I wish there were more modded ones as well with those kind of things. You've got like the material energy ones, which actually I wouldn't mind playing one if not several of those on stream at some point. Just as like something to play. Actually, that might be the next thing we do as kind of more chilled out Friday things. Like one of the old material energy packs. I need to move into vibrant cables too, otherwise you can't transfer enough power. Yeah, you'll definitely need the MV superconductors. Alright, so we are nearly done with what I wanted to get done today. Actually, not quite. I did still want to do. I'm not going to get to it today, but I wanted to do because we've still got one of the big things we still need to do before we get back to progression is the bottom of this area, the bottom of the build, like down where all the power gen is currently. All right, there we go. And then I think I am going to turn all of this. Actually, do I want to keep that there? I want to make this grass up here. I think. Is 4 amp MV energy converter enough the whole hostile network setup? Yes, it should be. I can't remember. What am I using on my current one? I've got essentially 2 of the setups for it. And I think I'm running both of those off to... Oh, no, I think I've got this set up slightly differently. But yeah, you should be good with a 1.4 amp converter. I know for a fact I haven't made anything above a 4 amp converter in this entire world, so you should be good. Okay, right. Let's do the ribbing. Is that? Oh, that does line up with that. Oh, actually, that's quite... I don't hate that. I don't think will work. Right, so these need to go up by 2 blocks, and then a bunch of... We can get rid of that, and that. And then we need framed slopes, which I'm going to go ahead and guess that I do not have enough of for this. So let's go and make more. Yeah, go for it. Make sure you post them in the right channel, though, Duplex. There is a screenshots channel for it. As long as they're in there, post away. All right. No, we don't want that over there. We want that there. Okay, right. So if we, first of all, we'll go around and Oh, no, the other bit I'm not gonna... There's another bit I'm not gonna get to today that I wanted to. Shit. Ah. The bits connecting to the center, we're not gonna get to today either. That's okay, though. That's fine. Oh, come on. Dang it. They do have an extra block connecting them, right? Yeah. I've actually had I don't know if you guys can hear or not, but I've actually got a jet going past outside. It doesn't happen very often around here. Oh my god. Doesn't happen very often around here anymore. There. Okay, we got a little X in there. You know what I really miss? And that would have been so useful here. Rotation lock from Quark. That would have been so useful here. Oh god. It would prevent a whole lot of these misplacements, I think. Actually, it probably wouldn't, come to think of it. Since this is based on where you're looking at the block. There's a mod that piqued your curiosity earlier. Crazy AE2 add-ons. Adds an item that cancels and restarts a craft that's stalled. Okay. I don't know how I'd feel about that, though. Usually if a craft has stalled, it's because there's a problem. And if you're just cancelling and restarting it without fixing the problem, like, is that going to do you any good? Hey, sorry, just trying out Sky Grinds, but it's definitely an interesting AE add-on. And also adds a digital mob farm multi-block through AE. That does sound pretty interesting. I'm curious how that'd work. I would guess it's kind of like the Woot kind of thing, but drops just come directly into your ME system. That's like the only thing I could think of that might be. Oh my god, I swear this, like, towards the end of the day, this heat is getting worse and worse. Because of the way my window faces, The sun like just comes straight in through the window at the end of the day. It's horrible. One thing I definitely will commend the Americans on. They generally tend to have AC. And over here, we just don't. Unless you count the window and the open window and fan option, which, as we've discussed, doesn't really do a great deal. Except blows hot air around. Based on living inside a greenhouse. Pretty much. Just there's not a whole lot growing in here. As a round-robin item appears. That actually is kind of cool. That does sound pretty useful. Except your belly. Mine is just not during streams. I don't tend to eat during streams, so it doesn't get the opportunity. When we're done, though, especially since there is ice cream in the freezer downstairs, that will be getting consumed. I was going to say something else, but stay clean. We're not a PG channel here, but, you know, keep things classy at least. If not clean. At least somewhat classy. Don't you start, Em. We are classy here, and you know it. Also has a click provider, which is just a pan provider that clicks its recipe. Wait, clicks its recipe? Oh, so, I mean, would that be used for... Could you use that for things like the andesite casings and whatnot, and the casings from Create? So, like, would it simulate... Does it kind of, like, simulate right-clicking on something or clicking on something? Is that what that does? Wait, why was that quoted? Why was that, like, the House of Ashes one quoted? Why the what? I mean, most of the ones that get quoted here, they make sense, but that one, I'm guessing it was very, very situational. Because I don't remember that one at all. You've done most of the quotes, in fairness, Quiet. You are the main culprit. Okay, there we go. Let's just do one last little bit. And that is going to involve a bunch of glax. Which that might actually be enough for that and what we've got in here. We just need to bring this lot, or most of this lot, up to the top. It seems horrible. Looks like an add-on that just adds miscellaneous benefits people wanted at some point. It seems quite useful, actually. I do vaguely remember that quote from Oath as well. I'm gonna guess. I think that was on 240p as well. I do remember Oath making a big hole on 240p. I miss being able to play on servers. Like, I love the idea of it. I'm just very bad at actually keeping up with doing anything on a server. I've just realized I fucked this up, haven't I? I need to fill all of this in first. Actually, that needs to not be filled. Right, let's make sure we fill all of this first. Can I just say I really hate the hunger thirst system in 7 Days to Die? I feel the same way about it in Vintage Story at the moment. It is brutal in Vintage Story. Has the hunger system in 7 Days changed at all in the latest update? Have they changed anything, or is it still the same as it was? I'm actually still not sure how I feel about the lights there. So everything's the same. You feel like you run out so fast. Yeah, it's the same. Again, it's the same story in Vintage Story. You run out of food so quickly, and there is so little around. And half the things that you can try and get food from, they tend to kill you really quickly, like bloody fucking goats. And that has just reminded me of that clip. The It's a Fucking Goat clip. Yeah, I thought it might, Alright. There we go. Right. Okay, we're almost done. For today, at least. And then tomorrow... Wait, it's Thursday today, right? So we're back on Skies of New Stone Hollow tomorrow. Oh, God. I didn't realize I was going to fall all the way through there. Bloody hell. It is tomorrow. Thursday. Eternal 2. Oh, MC Eternal. Oh, is that coming out tomorrow? I don't think I ever really played much of the original one, honestly. Well, I know it was an incredibly popular pack. But there we go. We've got a decent amount done, honestly. I think one last thing I would like to do, just to see what this is going to look like. We're gonna have to switch out a bunch of this stuff. later on. But I want to fill this with grass. Just want to see what this is going to like. Gonna look like. Now, obviously, we need to fix this up a little bit. But I like that. I think that works. Let's try and see what it looks like over here where we've got a few of the other bits and pieces set up, like this. Make sure it still works there. And then that will be what we start working on Monday. Wow. How long my building stream's going to be for now? Honestly, I'm not sure. Until we get the kind of the overall kind of external structure pretty much figured out, which shouldn't be too much longer. Like, most of it is just getting it all kind of copied over and adding a few little details here and there. So maybe another 2 or 3 streams, perhaps, I would say at the most. So I'm itching to get back to progress as well. It does make it a lot more challenging when I'm not doing this like off stream. Like normally I would end up doing a bunch of stuff off stream. But I'm trying not to do that with this playthrough. I want everything to be done on stream. Including all the building. Which is honestly going better than I thought it would. Alright, let's grab a few more stacks. I don't know if I can Santa's workshop in the festive map. I mean, it seems like the right place for it, I guess. I'll need to do something in that area bit there, but we'll figure that out later. Yeah, I think all in all, I'm very happy with the approach I've been taking to the building in this. Being able to focus on it in kind of large chunks rather than in bits and pieces as we go around the go through the pack has helped a lot. Oops, a daisy. Oh, damn it. There we go. Right, so thankfully, like the only bits we've got left to really figure out. This bit is going to be fine. I am very tempted to raise these up a little bit. I don't think I'm going to, though. I want to, but I don't think I'm going to. Just depends on... Because I wanted to be able to stack EBFs on top of each other. And if we're... The floor is at that kind of height... Actually, it doesn't have to be that kind of high, does it? It can definitely be higher. But I am tempted, the east and west ones, I am tempted to raise them up by like 3 or 4 blocks. Just so we got a little bit more space in here, because we do want to have more EBFs down here, and this is probably not going to be enough space. So the EBFs will come up to around about here-ish, I think. Like 1 more EBF on these, plus the, what, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 11, 12 EBFs maybe. It may or may not be enough. Probably won't be. So I would like to be able to have some on top of here. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For right now, like, I think I might raise them up by a block. I think I'm... No, you know what? We won't. We won't do it yet. If we need to later, this is going to be nice and simple anyway. The tops of the east and west ones are basically just going to be grass for the time being. So... I mean, you say it won't be enough. I don't think I had too many more than that in Nomi when I played through that. So we'll see. And we'll see what we have space for later on. We're going to be able to build on top of these side buildings anyway. But anyway, the last things we've got, the last things we have to get figured out in terms of like the overall kind of structure is what we're doing with the back of the back ends of these. That should be relatively easy to do, honestly. And the tops of these are going to be easy enough to do. We're basically just going to have a grass top on this side and that side. And then we've got all that space there if you want to add to it later, like add anything to it later if we need to. And we should have plenty of ways that we can transfer like ME cabling and stuff up there if needed. These bits, we just got to figure out how these are going to end up at the back of here. And then what we're going to do on the actual roof of there, but that shouldn't be too bad. Oh, hang on, I've missed a bit. Hold, please. I've missed some bits. The other bits we need to do are just down here. Basically, we need to connect all this up and kind of put walls in around here, so all of this is contained down here. And then there's going to be water on here, on these bits as well, on the grass. So there's all sorts of things that need to be done. Right. So hopefully, like the majority of the difficult bits are now sorted. And it's just detailing and those last little bits in there that need to be done. And then it's back to progress. Did I miss any more bits in here? Also, these bits are annoying me. I need to fix this. Maybe not right this second, but it does need to be fixed. Yeah, that will look a lot better. Need 10 more generic Twitch points. What do you need the generic Twitch points for? We don't exactly have a lot of options for using them. I was going, great, we are getting a Costco nearby, then you realize only members may shop there. He was hoping for a good place to buy chocolate oranges and Cadbury's eggs. Wait, so how do you become a member of Costco? I'm assuming it's like a paid subscription thing. And Chloe, thank you for the hydrate. And everybody else, if you are as warm as I am right now, make sure you hydrate. Annual membership fee. All right. And the posture check as well. Thank you, Duplex. Ah. Yeah, that does seem, unless you're buying over, you're saving over £30 worth in the candy department there. Probably not worth it. Oh god, I've been live almost 5 hours. Yeesh. Supposed to be doing shorter streams, chat. That's not going very well. Okay, but there we go. I think we're in a good place here. We're not finished yet. We're a long way from finished. But we're getting there. We have these sections to put on. We're just gonna have this on the north and south sides. Then we're just gonna have this bottom section on the east and west. And then we've got to figure out what we're doing in the going up the tower, like the center of the tower there. That's going to be easy enough. That's not going to be anything special. Probably just going to be like a strip of light going through up the center of it. And then just the side bits and the bottom bit down there. And then we are good for now. Until then, we'll take a break from building again and get back to progress. And then once we come back to building again at a later date, we can start working on all the internal stuff. And like this is obviously a not acceptable right now. But we're focusing on the external right now. Anyway, guys, on that note, though, it is time to call it a day. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I do massively, massively appreciate it. We've made some good progress. But tomorrow we are back on Skies of New Stone Hollow. For those who don't know, on Fridays we tend to do a more kind of chilled out pack. At the minute we're playing Skies of New Stone Hollow. We just started working on a mob farm last week, I think, and getting a mob farm sorted out so we can start getting a few bits and pieces that we need. But yeah, in the meantime, let's go and find somebody to raid. And then I'm going to go and get away from the computer screen for a while and hopefully cool down a little bit. Right. Who is live? I actually don't have many people playing Minecraft right now. Don't judge. Oh god, no, I'm not going anywhere near grass. Jeez, that means going outside. That sounds like a terrible idea. All right. We've not got many people streaming in a minute. I don't normally raid the same people kind of like too frequently, but Ren is currently live and currently playing Cuboid Outpost. We raided him yesterday, but let's go and say hello again today. Wait, was it yesterday we raided him? Or was it the day before? I have no idea. I've slept since then, so I don't remember. All right, but let's go and see Ren. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is... What the hell was that? Why is there a picture of a bush? Is it a kamikaze bush? All right. As far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message, the /me #ChitChaverRaid. Copy that, paste that into the chat once we get over there, along with any heart emotes you have available. They don't need to be mine. Any will do. You show Ren a little bit of love. He is an awesome guy. But thank you also once again for everyone for being here, and also for the tips, the follows, resubs, everything else. You guys are amazing, and I don't feel like I thank you guys enough for all that stuff. So thank you. Anyway, guys, have an amazing rest of your day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.